Chapter 450. The wind and clouds changed, and heaven and earth lost their color. Countless complicated patterns appeared in this space, completely enveloping Elder Taishian and the others. The invisible killing intent seemed to make heaven and earth tremble. Read, this is a killing matrix. He has a killing matrix? And this kind of killing matrix, what is this? How can the killing intent be so strong? The leader of the Bai family changed his expression, as did all the important figures of the Bai family. At the same time, the leader of the Li family was also shocked, and so was the solar body. His face became very gloomy. Boom! The void trembled, and beams of killing light shot out. The sky darkened, and violent hurricanes swept out in all directions. This medium-sized space was completely intertwined with killing intent, and a chill that seemed to come from hell filled all directions. The 11 cultivators were completely enveloped in this killing matrix. Their hearts trembled, and their faces all changed. What have you done? The elder of the Taishian Holy Land changed his expression, and cold sweat poured down his face. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at this person. Why aren't you laughing? You, the elder of the Taishian Holy Land, was suddenly speechless, and his face became very ugly. The killing intent around him was really too terrifying. Even though he was a powerful cultivator at the peak of the first tier of the connecting immortal realm, he felt a chill run down his spine. Before, he had mocked Lin Tian's so-called preparation, thinking that Lin Tianyi was just a little cultivator of the flight. But now he was trembling. This kind of preparation really made his heart palpitate. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and his clothes flapped in the wind. He was in the center of the thousands of killing patterns. Boom! The invisible killing intent intertwined, and the tangible killing light shook as if it was going to destroy the world. It was terrifying. He stared at the elder of the Taishian Holy Land, raised his right hand, and pointed forward. With a boom, dozens of killing light beams shot up like dozens of killing swords and slashed at the elder. He had become a rank 6 array manipulator in the Sea King's palace and had comprehended a trace of the array emperor's profundity, the eternal killing array. Before entering this place, he had already prepared a foolproof plan, using the profound water stone to carve 5 killing array platforms. Now that he was surrounded by 11 immortal channeling powerhouses, he was definitely no match for them with his own battle prowess. Therefore, he directly activated the killing formation. 1. Reading Book 1. K. Watson. Look at H. U. See? Boom. The space trembled and shattered into pieces. More than a dozen killing light pillars fell, approaching from different angles. They instantly arrived in front of Elder Taishian. The elder of the Taishian Holy Land roared furiously. He used the divine abilities of the Taishian Holy Land and even a powerful magical treasure. Unfortunately, it was useless. In the face of such a murderous beam of light, everything was in vain. His divine abilities and magical treasures were instantly destroyed. With a boom, dozens of killing lights arrived as scheduled. No. Stop. Pooh. A mist of blood splashed out, and under the pressure of a dozen killing lights, the elders of the Taishian Holy Land were cut into pieces. Taishian's elders were dead. He died in an instant. How is that possible? Many disciples of the Bai family trembled in fear. A powerful immortal channeling powerhouse, an elder of the Taishian Holy Land, was killed in an instant. The expression of the Bai family patriarch and the people of the Bai family also changed. Although they felt the horror of these killing patterns, they did not expect them to be so terrible that they could kill a powerhouse at the peak of the first tier of the immortal channeling realm in an instant. Lin Tian stood in the sky and tilted his head to look at the people of the Li family. The void rumbled, and the Bai family became dark. The eternal killing formation activated, crazily devouring the spirit chi of heaven and earth, turning this place into a terrifying ancient killing field in an instant. At this moment, invisible killing intent surged, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everything was collapsing, and everything began to disintegrate. The scene was terrifying. Boom! With a boom, thousands of killing lights flashed, as if a group of primeval beasts had awakened. "Let's retreat first," a powerhouse of the Lee family said. These people all felt the horror of this killing formation, and they were ready to work together to kill Lin Tian after leaving. But soon, everyone's expression changed. The dense killing patterns surrounded them, and they could not get out at all. "Damn it!" Bai Hongya roared. "Read a book?" 1. Sisi Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at Bai Hongya, his eyes as cold as knives. Facing this gaze, Bai Hongya trembled and shouted fiercely, "What do you want to do?" Lin Tian's eyes were full of killing intent. He raised his right hand, and a total of 56 killing lights crisscrossed, clanging loudly. All 56 killing lights were aimed at Bai Hongya. In an instant, Bai Hongya felt that his soul was trembling. "Young man, stop it! Stop!" The Bai family patriarch shouted. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. "Do you think it's possible?" Once, in the Sword Tomb, Bai Qiu asked him if he would help her if she refused to listen to the family's arrangements one day. At that time, the girl's expression was not good, and there was sadness in her eyes. He didn't know why, nor did he understand what Bai Qiu's so-called arrangements meant, but he directly gave an affirmative answer. He still remembered that when she received his affirmative answer, the girl suddenly became very happy, and he also remembered that at that time he took a hurried glance and saw Bai Ziki clenching his fists. At that time, although he was puzzled, he didn't ask much. Until now, all the karma had finally come to light, and he finally understood everything. She has the Lunar King physique, the pride of the second heaven. She should have her own glorious life. But for the prosperity of the family, she was pushed out by her own family to be the mother body to give birth to the chaos physique. How sad was that? Now, he hadn't just come for Bai Ziki's sake. He'd come for the agreement from before as well. Even if he had to turn the Bai clan upside down, he intended to put an end to this matter and make the Bai clan have no intention of controlling Bai Qiu's life any longer. The Bai family patriarch's face was ugly and he was livid. "I'm giving you a chance. Why are you so stubborn?" Not only does the family have guardian patterns, but there are also killing patterns, flawless Tao soldiers, and a great ancestor. You, a cultivator in the airborne realm, can't resist. The Bai family patriarch really didn't want to make things difficult for Lin Tian, so he tried to persuade him. However, Lin Tian was not moved at all. "Set Bai Ziki free and completely dispel the idea of her marrying the Li family solar physique, and I will immediately stop. Otherwise, I will cause chaos in the Bai family today," he said coldly. "Young man, you are too rampant. You are just a little cultivator in the airborne realm. Do you really think the Bai family can't deal with you? Do you have to force us to use killing patterns to deal with you?" An elder of the Bai family shouted. "You can give it a try." Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He stared at Bai Hongya, his eyes cold. All 56 killing lights moved, slashing forward. With a bang, a large part of the void directly collapsed. This kind of murderous light was really too shocking. "How presumptuous!" An elder of the Bai family shouted coldly. Several great figures took action together. With a hong sound, this void trembled fiercely. Other killing patterns appeared, similarly releasing streak after streak of shocking killing light. Although these killing lights were not as terrifying as the killing lights of the eternal killing formation cast by Lin Tian, they were superior in terms of quantity. The dense killing patterns surged like waves, pressing toward the eternal killing formation. With a buzz, the 56 killing lights were obstructed and their trajectories changed drastically. They were even blocked. Such a scene immediately relieved the 10 immortal realm experts who were covered by the eternal killing formation. The big shot of the Bai family snorted coldly and activated the killing patterns. The few of them stopped. the patriarch of the Bai family side. Lin Tian had barged into the Bai family alone for Bai Ziki, Bai Chiu, and his eldest son and youngest daughter. But now the Bai family was suppressing him with killing patterns. This indeed made him feel uncomfortable. Be *starred. I've already said that the Bai family is not a place where an ant like you can barge in. Bai Hongye said coldly. Seeing that the 56 killing lights were blocked, this person relaxed, and endless killing lights appeared in his eyes again. In response, Lin Tianji only had 3 words, "You will die." Buzz. Wisps of silver light appeared outside his body. Immediately, the killing patterns of the Bai family suddenly trembled and became chaotic. Then, the power of the eternal killing formation's killing lights recovered and began to strengthen again. What's going on? My clan's killing patterns are trembling. This scene naturally attracted everyone's attention, and they were all shocked. Especially the big shots of the Bai family, all of their expressions changed. They had activated the killing patterns in the Bai family, and could feel that the killing patterns had become even more chaotic. Lin Tian stared at Bai Hongye, and the silver light outside his body became even more intense. He was a 6th rank array manipulator, and now he was using the divine one soul technique to interfere with the Bai family's killing formation with his powerful soul power. Although the Bai family's ancestor had invited a powerful array manipulator to set up a sky full of killing patterns in the Bai family, the array manipulator back then wasn't very strong. He was almost only a 7th rank array manipulator, although the killing patterns carved by such an array manipulator were complete. With his current 6th rank array manipulator skills, it was enough to interfere with them. After all, he had cultivated the divine one soul technique, a top ancient scripture for array manipulators, and these killing patterns were not controlled by an array manipulator. With a thought, the 3rd mystic water formation stone appeared. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the murderous light became even more terrifying. Streak after streak, the terrifying scene made everyone tremble. The expressions of the Bai family members changed, and they were all shocked. With a boom, the dense killing lights surged and descended majestically, directly covering Bai Hongye under the killing lights. "Stop!" Bai Hongye shouted. At the same time, the big shots of the Bai family shouted at Lin Tian to stop. Unfortunately, Lin Tian would not stop. He would not kill anyone else in the Bai family, but this person must die. With a boom, boundless killing light descended, directly covering Bai Hongye. With a puff, a bloody mist exploded, and Bai Hongye was directly crushed, his body and soul destroyed. Evil creature! The big shots of the Bai family were shocked and furious. Lin Tian had killed an immortal ascension expert in the Bai family. Lin Tian was unmoved. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he turned to stare at the Li family members. "It's your turn. Today, none of you will live. All of you will be buried here," he said coldly. As if in response to his words, with a boom, the eternal killing patterns trembled, and the killing lights surged like an ocean, causing the sky to change color. Even some of the cultivators outside the Bai family felt the terrifying fluctuations and trembled. Chapter 451. This is... What a strong murderous aura this. What happened in the Bai family? Outside the Bai family, the cultivators' hearts palpitated. 1 Book 1, K, N, S, H, U, C, C. At this moment, looking from outside the Bai family, the sky above the Bai family had changed color. Waves of terrifying murderous aura came from that place, causing the cultivators outside the Bai family to tremble in fear. Boom! Inside the Bai family, the murderous aura was vast and mighty, each stronger than the last. Lin Tian stood in the sky and stared at the 8 people of the Li family. With a thought, the endless murderous aura directly slashed forward. Although he had only carved a corner of the eternal killing array, not even 1/10 of it, this corner of the array was terrifying enough. The peerless murderous aura seemed to have triggered the Tao of heaven and earth, as if it could kill all living things in the universe. Some of the Bai family's big shots at the fifth heaven of the Immortal Ascension realm trembled in fear. Damn it! The Li family's experts' expressions changed. The 8 of them joined forces and resisted with all their strength. These were 8 Immortal Ascension realm experts, and among them there was a powerful existence at the third heaven of the Immortal Ascension realm. At this moment, the 8 of them attacked together. Immediately, the light of divine abilities soared into the sky. It was definitely a terrifying attack. However, in the next moment, when these divine abilities met the murderous aura of the eternal killing array, they instantly shattered like sparks. Impossible! Someone's expression changed. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He raised his right hand and pointed at one of them. Boom! The eternal killing array was in operation. Dozens of murderous light pillars soared into the sky, almost piercing into the sky. That kind of terrifying power was as if a supreme, heavenly venerable had personally arrived, shocking everyone and making them feel as if they were in hell. An early-stage Immortal Ascension realm expert from the Li family was drowned by the murderous aura and directly turned into a bloody mist. There were still 7 people trapped in the array, and their expressions changed again. "Rush out! We must rush out!" someone shouted. The 7 of them joined forces, and the elder of the Wan Tong sacred ground also came over. The 8 powerhouses joined forces and propped up a defensive light curtain. Then the 8 of them connected their divine powers, each supporting a great divine ability, and slashed toward a corner of the killing array. 1. Book 1. K wants to N. S look at H. U. C. Buzz. Lin Tian raised his right hand, and the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols appeared in front of him. He took a step forward, and with a thought, hundreds of killing lights pressed down. Pooh! 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 The 8 of them trembled at the same time and were sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Among these 8 people, the most powerful one was at the 3rd sky of Spirit Connecting Realm. He was very powerful. In terms of real battle power, they were all stronger than Lin Tian. However, at this moment, in the face of the 3 eternal killing array platforms, they appeared a little weak. They could not even withstand a single blow. Boom! A wave of killing light descended from the sky like a sea of light, directly drowning another elder of the Li clan. With a PU sound, without any doubt, this person was blasted apart, body and soul erased. How could he? I can't believe! The disciples of the Bai clan were stunned, and each of them was terrified. 11 spirit-connecting realm powerhouses surrounded him, but 4 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. They stared at Lin Tian. He was a figure of the same generation as them. No, most of them were older than Lin Tian, but he was so terrifying and had such a terrifying technique. Some of the important figures of the Bai family also had ugly expressions. The killing runes in their Bai family were actually distorted and suppressed. It was difficult to cause any substantial damage to Lin Tian. At this moment, their Bai family slaughter runes were like children in front of Lin Tian's slaughter runes. This made them both shocked and angry. Bastard! The Li clan leader was furious. He took a step forward and charged forward. With a buzz, the middle-aged man used a powerful divine ability and slashed forward. He was a powerful existence of the 6th firmament of Spirit Connecting Realm, and his combat strength was naturally very terrifying. At this moment, he used his divine ability to suppress the killing patterns of the eternal killing formation. With a bang, the void trembled. Unfortunately, his divine ability's light fell on the eternal killing formation, but it had no effect at all and was directly repelled. Lin Tianling glanced at him coldly, his eyes indifferent. With a thought, the eternal killing light was vast and mighty, and once again suppressed a powerhouse of the Li clan. Read a book? 1. CC no, pooh! The powerhouse of the Li clan screamed in horror, and was directly drowned by the killing light, turning into a bloody mist. The Li clan leader was furious. 9 spirit-connecting realm elders of the Li clan came here, and now 4 of them had died in Lin Tian's hands, which was simply humiliating. Moreover, humiliation was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that they had lost 4 immortal-reaching realm experts. Even for the ancient aristocratic families, the death of 4 immortal-reaching realm experts was a great loss. It was an unbearable burden. One should know that the powerful 10 great sects only had 2 immortal-reaching realm experts each. Bastard! The Li clan leader roared angrily. With a buzz, a halberd rushed out of his body, exuding a terrifying immortal light. It was actually a high-grade immortal artifact. The high-grade immortal artifact bloomed with divine light, and it directly suppressed Lin Tian. However, it was still useless. Lin Tian stood at the center of the formation, and with a thought, thousands of killing lights met the halberd blocking it. Damn it! The Li clan leader roared. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He activated the eternal triangular killing formation, which could kill a 4th-tier spirit-connecting realm powerhouse and block a peak-stage spirit-connecting realm powerhouse. Although the Li clan leader was very strong and the eternal killing formation engraved by him could not kill him, it was impossible for the other party to break the formation engraved by him from the outside. His eyes were cold, and with a thought, thousands of killing lights rose together. Gee! 31 black lights fell from the sky, landing on a powerhouse of the Li clan. This was a powerhouse of the 2nd-tier spirit-connecting realm. In the blink of an eye, he was drowned and split into pieces by the killing lights. Come on, he said coldly. He would not show mercy to these people. With a thought, the eternal killing formation engravings trembled violently. Boom! 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 The dense killing lights drowned out, and under the furious gaze of the Li clan leader, they slashed toward the last 4 people of the Li clan. The 4 people of the Li clan roared and tried their best to resist, but they could not resist such a terrifying killing light at all. Ah! Screams rang out. One of them was hit by the killing light, and one of his thighs was directly shattered. Lin Tian stepped on the Yin Ho and rushed past at an unbelievable speed. Dong! He waved his iron fist and landed fiercely on the man's chest, shattering it into pieces. Uft! On the other side, dozens of killing lights fell with his thought, and another immortal channeling realm elder of the Li clan was killed. In the blink of an eye, only 2 of the 8 people of the Li clan were left. On the other side, the elder of the Wan Tong sacred ground was still standing. Damn it! The Li clan leader roared angrily and used a high-grade immortal artifact to attack the eternal killing formation. At the same time, several big shots of the Bai clan also moved, suppressing Lin Tian. Now, the people of the Li clan were surrounded by Lin Tian, and the elders of the Wan Tong sacred ground were also inside. This was their Bai clan, and as the elders of the Bai clan, they could not watch these people be killed by Lin Tian. At this moment, they all used their great powers. Boom! In an instant, several terrifying auras surged and pressed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he activated the Tiani Soul art to support the eternal killing formation. Suddenly, an even more terrifying killing intent surged. Terrifying killing lights rushed up one after another, slashing the heavens and shattering the earth. The Li clan leader and the people of the Bai clan were sent flying. Ah! Screams rang out. One of the last 2 people of the Li clan was drowned by the killing lights and turned into a bloody mist. Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at the elder of the Wan Tong sacred ground. He did not say anything else, but there was an undisguised killing intent in his eyes. The elder of the Wan Tong sacred ground's expression suddenly changed, and a chill ran down his spine. Stop! I apologize to you, don't kill. Boom! The killing formation boiled, and 108 killing lights came from all directions, instantly drowning the elder of the Wan Tong sacred ground. When the killing lights dispersed, there was only a bit of bloody mist lingering on the spot, indicating that the elder of the Wan Tong sacred ground was killed. This, everyone was dumbfounded. 11 immortal ascension powerhouses had surrounded him, but now 10 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. 10 people, all of them were immortal ascension powerhouses. Devil, he's a devil. A Bai clan disciple muttered, staring at Lin Tian's figure in the sky. All the Bai clan disciples turned pale and couldn't help but tremble. Lin Tian stood in the void, his clothes fluttering, his eyes cold. The void trembled and shattered. Dozens of hurricanes rampaged in this space, and the killing light pillars were shocking. He tilted his head and stared at the last person in the killing formation. Clang! With a shift of his mind, the boundless, eternal killing light vibrated and pressed down on the Li Clan cultivator. As far as the eye could see, the killing lights turned into an ocean, terrifying to the extreme. The last remaining Li Clan powerhouse was at the peak of the 3rd stage of the Immortal Ascension realm. At this moment, his face was full of fear. But soon, when he realized that he could not resist the vast killing lights in front of him, the fear on his face dissipated and turned into a ferocious expression. Beast, I'll take you down with me. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. With a boom, an incomparably violent energy erupted from the man's body. It was not much weaker than an expert at the peak of the immortal connecting realm. In fact, this violent energy continued to grow stronger, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached a critical point. This is divine power self-detonation. Many people's expressions changed. After a cultivator reached the immortal ascension realm, their body would produce divine power. They could condense the divine power to a point and mix it with the power of flesh and blood. Then they would explode, causing an incomparably terrifying result. Now, the self-detonation of a peak 3rd heaven immortal ascension realm powerhouse was even comparable to the attack of an ordinary great virtue realm powerhouse. Retreat! An important figure of the Bai clan shouted and ordered the Bai clan disciples to retreat. He and the others also retreated. The Li clan master's eyes were blood red. Although his heart ached when he saw his clan's elder self-detonating to kill the enemy, he pulled Li Guhuang and retreated. Because even if he was a 6th heaven immortal ascension realm powerhouse, facing the self-detonation of a 3rd heaven immortal ascension realm cultivator was very dangerous. If he was enveloped by that destructive force, there would definitely be a great disaster. Bastard, die with this old man. Now, even if you have endless killing lights, it's useless. The Li clan elder roared. At this moment, this person's body suddenly swelled. His divine power was in a mess, and a terrifying destructive aura overflowed. Chapter 452. This 3rd heavenly layer immortal ascension expert of the Li family self-destructed. His body swelled, and a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out. In the blink of an eye, the destructive chi was even more terrifying than the triple eternal killing formation, causing everyone to be shocked. Die! The elder of the Li family roared, his face ferocious. The killing pattern spread out with Lin Tian as the center, rumbling, but at this moment they were also affected. A 3rd level immortal self-destructed to kill the enemy. That aura was really terrifying. Ha ha ha, die, die, die. This person laughed like an evil ghost. The Li family leader's face was ugly, and he clenched his fists tightly. For such a little bastard in the airborne realm, my Li family actually lost a group of strong people to kill him. Damn it, letting him die so easily. I'm not satisfied, not satisfied. The big shots of the Bai family shook their heads and sighed. Why bother? The Bai family leader's expression was slightly gloomy. The Bai family wanted to marry Bai Chiu to the Sun Physique, and he also felt guilty. He felt that he had let his daughter down, but the will of the family wasn't completely decided by him. There were some things that he couldn't decide alone. Now a 3rd level immortal self-destructed to kill Lin Tian. He felt even more guilty and felt that he had let Bai Qiu down. After all, Lin Tian was Bai Qiu's only friend. He's finally going to die. The young disciples of the Bai family clenched their fists. Rumble. The void shook, and the destructive aura surged like waves, terrifying people's souls. This terrifying fluctuation was very powerful, but it wasn't the aura of the eternal killing formation, but the power of the Li family's strong person burning his divine power. "Bastard, die with me," the Li family elder said ferociously. At this moment, the destructive aura on this person's body had risen to the limit, and he would explode in a few breaths. Lin Tian stood in the middle of thousands of killing patterns, staring at the Li family elder. His expression didn't change at all. He raised his right hand, and the four symbols Tao diagram appeared and floated forward, covering the Li family elder. The Li family's elder laughed sinisterly. "What else can you do now? It's useless no matter what you do. You just..." Suddenly, the Li family elder stopped talking, and his expression changed greatly. At this moment, his burning divine power began to extinguish. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head, causing his destructive aura to weaken instantly. "What did you do?" He couldn't help but roar. Lin Tian was expressionless as he coldly glanced at this person. He had the four symbols seal. Though he couldn't break Li Guhuang's supreme ability with his current level, it wasn't difficult for him to stop someone from self-destructing. The four symbols Tao diagram buzzed and suppressed the elder's destructive aura. This is suppressing the self-destruction of a third heaven-reaching immortal expert. How is that possible? Everyone's expression changed. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Tian was going to die, but the result was like this. The self-destruction of the Li family elder was actually stopped with ease. "Impossible," Li family's elder roared. No matter what, he couldn't believe this result. His self-destruction was actually stopped. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a single thought, 81 beams of killing light shot out. "Bastard, you!" Puff! Blood splattered. The third heaven-reaching immortal elder of the Li family was instantly smashed into pieces, and his blood dyed the sky. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Everything that happened before was actually under his control. A big shot of the Bai family muttered. The young disciples of the Bai family were all stunned. They couldn't help but tremble. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. A powerful third heaven-reaching immortal expert's self-destruction was actually stopped. What kind of terrifying man was this? "Lin Tian, bastard!" An angry roar sounded. The Li family patriarch stared at Lin Tian, his eyes red and full of killing intent. Including him, there were 10 immortal-reaching immortal experts of the Li family who rushed here, but now 9 of them were killed. 9 of them, all of them in the immortal-reaching immortal realm. They were the elders of the family and the support of the powerful combat strength. But now, all 9 of them were killed in Lin Tian's hands in one day. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Lin Tian naturally felt this gaze at the first moment. He stared at Li Guhuang, his eyes even colder. "I'll kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he descended from the void and took a step toward Li Guhuang. The killing lights intertwined, lingering around his body, moving with his movement, pressing toward Li Guhuang. The Li family patriarch's expression changed. His immortal artifact shook again, facing Lin Tian. He had just seen how terrifying Lin Tian's killing formation was. It could even kill a third heaven-reaching immortal expert. Li Guhuang was now seriously injured and didn't even have 20% of his true essence left. It was impossible for him to block such a terrifying killing formation. Once he was enveloped by it, he would definitely die. With a buzzing sound, the halberd of divine light pressed down from the sky. Lin Tian's gaze was cold. His killing light shook, instantly sending the halberd flying. Endless killing light slashed toward the Li family patriarch. The Li family patriarch resisted with all his might, but with a bang he was sent flying. "Stop it!" someone shouted. A few important figures of the Bai family walked out. Each of them was extremely powerful and stood in front of him. "Get out of the way." Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He had to kill Li Guhuang. As long as he killed Li Guhuang, everything would be resolved. Bai Ziki wouldn't have to enter the supreme divine realm anymore, and Bai Qiu would be free. She wouldn't have to worry about being forced into marriage by her family anymore. After killing Li Guhuang, he could walk out of the Bai family directly. "You're too presumptuous," an expert of the Bai family shouted. Lin Tian had killed more than 10 Immortal Ascension cultivators in the Bai family, including one of their Immortal Ascension realm elders. How could the Bai family endure this? Their reputation had been greatly tarnished. At this moment, Lin Tian wanted to kill the sun body, which made the hearts of these important figures skip a beat. The sun body couldn't die. They were still hoping for a chaotic body to appear. "Don't force me to kill you." Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He stared at the important figures of the Bai family in front of him, his eyes full of killing intent. He didn't have a good impression of these people who wanted to force Bai Qiu into marriage to give birth to a chaotic body heir. He took a step forward, and the killing array suddenly shook. The killing intent became more intense. Boom! Terrifying killing light intertwined. He stared at Li Guhuang coldly. Regardless of whether it was for himself or for Bai Qiu, he had to kill this person. "Young man, you're too arrogant," a cold voice sounded. 6 figures appeared silently. All of them had white hair and beards, and their auras were even stronger than that of the Li family patriarch. 6 Grand Supreme Elders. The disciples of the Bai family exclaimed. These 6 people walked out with extremely thick fluctuations coiled around their bodies, and they were terrifying like living volcanoes. These were the 6 Grand Supreme Elders of the Bai family. They were all at the peak of the Immortal Ascension stage. "Stop," one of them said. Lin Tian glanced at the 6 of them. Without any scruples, he directly approached Li Guhuang. He took a step forward, and the great earth trembled. Dense killing patterns surged like ocean waves, surging forward. He wanted to pull Li Guhuang into the range of the killing array and crush him directly. "You're too arrogant," a Grand Supreme Elder of the Bai family said. This person stepped forward, and a divine shadow appeared behind him. It was the 1,000 Illusion divine hands, and he slapped at Lin Tian. "Get lost," Lin Tianling said. He circulated the Heavenly One Soul technique, and the Eternal Killing Array trembled violently. With a bang, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Bai family was sent flying. He was a 6th-stage array manipulator. With the triangular Eternal Killing Array covering the surroundings, he could kill a 4th-stage Immortal Ascension stage powerhouse and block the attack of a peak-stage Immortal Ascension stage powerhouse. At this moment, facing the Grand Supreme Elders of the Bai family, he was not afraid at all. He circulated the Heavenly One Soul technique to strengthen the killing array's power and crushed it with a domineering force. This, our Grand Supreme Elder, is at the peak of the Immortal Ascension stage. How could he? Impossible. The Bai family disciples' expressions changed. A peak stage Immortal Ascension stage powerhouse could not stop Lin Tian's footsteps. The patriarch of the Bai family was also shocked. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Bai family, who was pushed back, was surprised, but his face soon darkened. Not bad. This killing array is indeed extraordinary. As soon as he finished speaking, the other Grand Supreme Elders of the Bai family immediately pressed forward and blocked in front of him. Boom! The 6 of them did not say anything else. They directly attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian circulated the Heavenly One Soul technique and attacked with all his might. Instantly, the Eternal Killing Array became even more terrifying. The killing light interweaved, violent, and terrifying. Bang! 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 In an instant, 3 of the Bai family's Grand Supreme Elders were directly pushed back. Such a scene caused the crowd to be shocked once again. He was too powerful. 6 peak stage Immortal Ascension stage powerhouses could not stop Lin Tian's footsteps. It was terrifying to the extreme. He's only at the Zephyr realm. Is he the reincarnation of a heavenly god? Someone muttered. The patriarch of the Bai family stared at Lin Tian in a daze. His expression was very ugly. It was a kind of struggle and a kind of guilt. As the father of that pair of siblings, he had forced his younger daughter to marry. After his younger daughter left, he had threatened his older brother's safety to force his younger daughter back. But now, an outsider who had nothing to do with him had come knocking on his door for the sake of his own children. He had faced all the heroes alone, and that cold and fearless gaze had deeply pierced him, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. An outsider could do so much for his children, but as the father he could not do anything. How ironic. Boom! Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He took a simple step forward, and the entire ground shook. The void cracked. With a buzz, he took out the 4th black water platform. An even more terrifying killing light interweaved, as if it was going to kill everything. In an instant, the 6 supreme elders of the Bai family were all moved, and all of them revealed shocked expressions. "Bring out your foundation," one of them said in a low voice. Another person nodded. The 6 of them worked together and released waves of divine power. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura rushed out. In the sky above the Bai family, the void shattered, and a treasured furnace rushed out. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a destructive wave, causing many people's souls to tremble. Chapter 453. The cauldron appeared like a divine sun. The terrifying fluctuations distorted the void. It was terrifying to the extreme. Reading. 1K. A wants and books. H.U.A.C.C. Lin Tian immediately felt a pressure that threatened to tear his body apart. However, his expression did not change at all. Our clan's strongest Dao soldier. The disciples of the Bai family were pleasantly surprised. At this moment, as soon as the cauldron appeared, the disciples of the Bai family all smiled and relaxed. They admitted that the killing array outside Lin Tian's body was very powerful and terrifying, but no matter what, it couldn't block the strongest foundation of the family. The cauldron appeared and descended from the void, hovering above the heads of the 6 people. This cauldron was called the Dao-cracking cauldron. It was the strongest weapon of the Bai family's ancestor. It was a superior grade Dao soldier and was very terrifying. The 6 grand elders of the Bai family all looked cold. One of them said, "It's really outstanding. What a pity." With a boom, the Dao-cracking cauldron shook and light shot into the sky. This light hung high in the sky, majestically aiming at Lin Tian. 6 grand elders, wait. Can you not kill him? The Bai family's patriarch suddenly said. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. The Bai family's patriarch wasn't a bad person, but he couldn't decide the will of the entire family alone. Lin Tian fought inside the Bai family for Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu. As the father of Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu, he felt ashamed and emotional. Lin Tian came here for the siblings. He didn't want Lin Tian to die here. The disciples of the Bai family were stunned. They stared blankly at their patriarch. They didn't understand why the patriarch would suddenly plead for Lin Tian. One had to know that Lin Tian was their family's biggest enemy. They didn't know how many people he had killed before. Now he had barged into the family and humiliated the family. Why would the patriarch plead for him? On the other side, the Li family's patriarch looked at the Bai family's patriarch with dissatisfaction. When the Li family came here, 9 elders of the Through Immortal Realm had died at the hands of Lin Tian. His son, who had the sun physique, had almost been killed as well. The Bai family's head suddenly pleaded for Lin Tian at this time, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the Bai family's patriarch. A strange light flashed in his eyes, but he soon calmed down. Zai, what is the meaning of this? A grand elder of the Bai family frowned. The Bai family head, whose name was Bai Zai, moved his lips and said, He's here for Ziki and Chior after all. We. The Bai clan's grand elders frowned. They glanced at the Li clan's patriarch, who was unhappy, and said, You can leave now. You want to see it? Book 1 Ka? Nshu Cc, elder. Stand down. The Bai family's grand elder said in a deep voice. Although Bai Zai was the Bai family's patriarch and had a respected status, he was still inferior to the grand elders of his line. In such an ancient family, as long as the great Tao patriarchs did not appear, the grand elders had the absolute right to speak. Of course, these grand elders usually would not interfere with the patriarch's decisions, but now it was no longer normal. This boy must be killed today, one of the Bai family's grand elders said. Now that things had developed to this point, even if it was to give the Li family an explanation, they could not let Lin Tian go. With a boom, the Tao cracking furnace shook, and rays of dim light rushed out. You bastard, you got lucky. The Li family's patriarch snorted coldly and stared at Lin Tian, his eyes full of killing intent. One of the Bai family's grand elders stared at Lin Tian, paused, and said, Young man, do you have any last wishes? Since you broke into our Bai family for Ziki and Chiu, as long as it's reasonable, I will help you fulfill them. The 6 of them had completely understood the grudge between the Bai family and Lin Tian. They all understood that it was their Bai family's fault in the beginning, and now Lin Tian had broken in here for the 2 geniuses of their family. All these things made the 6 of them sigh. However, Lin Tian had killed too many people of the Bai family and also killed 9 immortal reaching realm elders of the Li family, as well as an elder of the Taishian sacred ground and the Wantong sacred ground. These were all deaths within the Bai family. In order to give these inheritances an explanation, they could not let Lin Tian go. Lin Tian stared at the 6 of them, expressionless. Then he looked at Li Guhuang. You can't kill me, and you can't stop me, he said coldly. Buzz. As his words fell, a ball of light appeared, and an incomparably domineering aura suddenly spread out, causing the void to distort. Gradually, the treasure light dispersed, transforming into a 3-inch long, round divine blade. Strands of sparkling and translucent light interweaved around it, and the aura it emitted was not the slightest bit inferior to the Bai family's Tao splitting furnace. This is flawless Tao weapon. How could he have such a treasure? The disciples of the Bai family were shocked. 1. Reading. 1. CC flawless Tao weapon. One had to know that in the second heaven, such a weapon was only owned by the top forces that had been passed down since ancient times. But now, a little cultivator in the airborne realm actually displayed a flawless Tao weapon. This was like a magnitude 12 earthquake. Compared to these people, the Bai family supreme elders, the Li family's patriarch, and the Bai family's patriarch were even more shocked, because these people all recognized this Tao weapon. A supreme elder of the Bai family said in a deep voice, The Yang family's Tao weapon? How could it be in your hands? Lin Tian's face was expressionless as he stepped forward. Clang! The divine blade hovered above his head, shaking slightly, and the sound of the blade was ear-piercing. The eternal killing formation of the 4 sects intertwined outside his body, and a top-grade, flawless Tao weapon floated above his head. The 2 waves of destructive fluctuations intertwined, and suddenly a terrifying hurricane swept out, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, with Lin Tian as the center, the space within a radius of dozens of feet had truly turned into a source of destruction, causing many people to be terrified. This scene caused the expressions of the Bai clan's grand elders to change. Get out of the way, Lin Tianling said coldly. He continued to step forward. The divine blade above his head shook and directly slashed at Li Guhuang. As long as this person was killed, everything would be over. Presumptuous, The faces of the supreme elders of the Bai family darkened. They directly met the attack with the Dao-cracking furnace, blocking Lin Tian's divine blade. The two collided, and with a loud boom, many of the pavilions in the surroundings were shattered into pieces. Then they shattered into pieces. It seems that you want to turn the Bai family into a wasteland. Lin Tian Dao. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine blade shook again and light filled the sky. He had the eternal killing formation of the 4 sects to protect himself, and the other 3 killing formations were the source of the divine blade's power. He was not afraid of the 6 of them at all. With a bang, the void distorted inch by inch and shattered inch by inch. The Bai family's protective runes were useless. "Stop!" one of the supreme elders of the Bai family said. They had flawless Dao soldiers, but they did not expect Lin Tian to have one as well. Now this was the Bai family's territory. If the 2 sects' flawless Dao soldiers clashed with each other, the Bai family would definitely be destroyed if the 2 sects' Dao soldiers were evenly matched. Because under the power of a flawless top-grade Dao weapon, the clan's protective runes were useless. Lin Tian did not say anything. He stared at Li Guhuang and stepped forward step by step. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Clang! The divine blade shook again and slashed at Li Guhuang. He used the eternal killing formation of the 3 sects to activate this flawless Dao weapon, instantly causing its power to become even more terrifying. The 6 supreme elders of the Bai family's faces darkened, and they once again used the Dao cracking furnace to meet it. The Dao weapons of the 2 sects collided. They were far from unleashing their full power, but the fluctuations they emitted were still destructive. In an instant, the surrounding pavilions were shattered again. The immortal plants and strange stones all cracked and turned into dust in the next moment. "Young man, don't go too far," someone from the Bai family said. "I'm going too far? What a joke. You old things forced a 16-year-old girl to marry someone you don't like for the sake of your stupid family's prosperity. Now, you're talking to me about going too far. Who's going too far?" He stared at the people of the Bai family and said coldly, "She's your descendant and relative. She's not a tool that you can use." With a bang, the divine blade above his head shook. Light shot into the sky, and the terrifying blade light tore through the void in all directions. Clang! The blade light shook and swept through the surroundings. Under the control of his will, streaks of killing light slashed forward, forcing the 6 of them to retreat. "Today no one can stop me," he said coldly. He opened a path with the divine blade and used the eternal killing array to protect himself. He forcibly broke through the 6 supreme elders of the Bai family and slashed out terrifying blade light, which pressed toward Li Guhuang. This kind of blade light was somewhat terrifying. From afar, it shattered the void, and a huge spatial tunnel appeared. The scene was so terrifying that it was somewhat frightening. The 6 supreme elders of the Bai family's expressions changed, and they hurriedly used the Dao cracking furnace to meet it. Unfortunately, after a series of collisions, there was still a blade light that could not be stopped. It rushed straight toward Li Guhuang. "Beast!" The Li family leader took out a high-grade immortal artifact, halberd, and blocked it. With a crack, the halberd shattered, and the Li family leader was directly sent flying while vomiting blood. The power of a flawless Dao weapon was not something that a simple immortal artifact could block. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold, and he stepped forward again. With a clang, the divine blade above his head roared and slashed toward Li Guhuang again. This time, a total of 81 blade lights arrived. Li Guhuang's eyes turned cold, and he quickly retreated. Although he had the Sun constitution, it was impossible for him to block the Dao weapon. The 6 supreme elders of the Bai family took action. They took out the Dao cracking furnace and faced it head-on. "Get lost!" Lin Tian shouted. He used the eternal killing array to activate the divine blade above his head. Its power was not weaker than the Tao cracking furnace that the 6 supreme elders of the Bai family had activated together. The two collided and there was a loud bang. No one knew how many courtyards of the Bai family were destroyed, and the ground was shattered everywhere. Such a scene frightened many of the ordinary disciples of the Bai family, and they quickly retreated into the distance. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He was like a killing god that had descended to the mortal world, and he once again pressed toward Li Guhuang. Li Guhuang, you're known as the number 1 of your generation. Is this how you hide behind others? Trash! He shouted. He activated the heavenly One Soul technique, and the eternal killing array became even more terrifying. Then, the divine blade was supported by an even stronger killing force, and its divine light sword almost overwhelming the Tao cracking furnace of the Bai family. Staring at Li Guhuang, he activated the heavenly One Soul technique even faster. The divine blade above his head sent the Tao cracking furnace flying with a bang, and it slashed straight toward Li Guhuang. For a moment, before the blade could really get close, it sent Li Guhuang flying with a bang, and blood fell from the sky. Die! Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He activated the divine blade, causing its speed to become faster. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Li Guhuang. Oh no! Huang. Everyone's expression changed, especially the Li family head. His expression immediately changed. At this moment, a beam of light rushed over from afar, and with a bang, it sent the divine blade that was slashing toward Li Guhuang flying. Young man, you've gone too far. A faint voice sounded. In the depths of the Bai family, an old man in a purple robe walked out. With each step, he disappeared and appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Ancestor. Everyone in the Bai family was overjoyed and bowed in unison. Chapter 454. Elder Ancestor Bai was dressed in a purple robe. His expression was very calm, and the aura on his body was as vast and unfathomable as an abyss. Greetings, Elder Ancestor. Greetings, Senior. Everyone from the Bai family and the Li family bowed in unison. Elder Ancestor Bai's expression did not change. He only nodded slightly as his gaze fell on Lin Tian. Young man, aren't you going too far? You've destroyed quite a bit of my Bai family's courtyard, the person said. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The appearance of Elder Ancestor Bai immediately made him feel as if he was facing an immortal monument. The other party's aura was too vast, like a bottomless black hole. Facing this person, his entire body hurt. However, there was still no fear on his face. You asked for it, he said. How dare you? What kind of tone is that? You're too arrogant. Many people from the Bai family shouted. They felt that Lin Tian was too arrogant, facing their elder ancestor. He actually dared to face him with such an attitude. It was too disrespectful. Elder Ancestor Bai shook his head. He had already learned many things. He looked at Lin Tian and said, Where is my descendant? Do you think I'll tell you? Lin Tian Ondao. Elder Ancestor Bai narrowed his eyes. Young man, you're very bold. I admire you. As he said that, he shook his head and said, However, admiring you doesn't mean that I can forgive your mistakes. You're too arrogant. You can't avoid death. As he said that, Elder Ancestor Bai waved his hand. The Tao cracking furnace in the distance suddenly vibrated on its own and appeared above his head with a whoosh. Boom! Immediately, an extremely frightening aura spread out, spreading far and wide. This fluctuation was many times stronger than the power unleashed by the 6 people of the Bai family. For a moment, the entire world lost its rhythm. Everything fell into a dead silence. Everything was enveloped in this terrifying aura. Lin Tianji felt as if his bones were about to fall apart in this aura. Even with the divine saber and the killing formation protecting his body, it was useless. With regards to this, he couldn't help but sigh. This old ancestor of the Bai clan was too strong. He was definitely a great Tao realm expert. Given that the old ancestor of the Bai clan was controlling a flawless Dao weapon with such a cultivation level, he had no way of resisting at all. A droning sound could be heard as Patriarch Bai waved his hand, causing the Dao-cracking furnace to vibrate as it slowly bore down on Lin Tian. The void didn't change much, and it didn't shatter, but the destructive power was extremely terrifying. I advise you not to make a move. Lin Tian suddenly spoke. Facing Elder Ancestor Bai's Dao splitting furnace, he felt as if his body was about to shatter. The killing array outside his body made a sizzling sound, and many of the killing patterns had already been destroyed. However, even so, he was very calm. He used the divine saber that Yang Qi had lent him to protect his body. His eyes were indifferent as he stared at the great Dao Realm Grand Elder of the Bai clan. His gaze was so calm that it was surprising. This calmness surprised everyone, including Elder Ancestor Bai. I'm very curious. What gives you the confidence to say such words? Elder Ancestor Bai asked, staring at Lin Tian. This great Dao realm powerhouse was indeed very puzzled. At this moment, he was controlling a flawless Dao weapon. Coupled with his cultivation base, even if a great Dao realm powerhouse came, he would be able to directly kill him. Although Lin Tian also had a flawless Dao weapon in his hands, his cultivation base was too weak after all. He might be able to block a peak immortal connecting realm powerhouse, but it was definitely impossible for him to block him. Just look at your clansmen and you'll know. Lin Tian said. Elder Ancestor Bai looked at the disciples of the Bai clan curiously. At the same time, the disciples of the Bai clan were also puzzled. They each checked their own bodies, and soon their expressions changed. My vital essence has condensed. What's going on? I can't sense anything. What happened? All the disciples of the Bai clan cried out in alarm. Some of the big shots of the Bai clan looked inside themselves and then frowned. Nothing had happened to them. My vital essence has disappeared. Grand Elder, what's going on? We can't use our strength anymore. In the Bai clan, voices sounded one after another. Soon, other than the people of the Bai clan who had reached the immortal connecting realm, the expressions of all the clansmen changed. Their vital essence had completely condensed at this moment. Not to mention divine abilities and secret skills, they couldn't even use the simplest martial skills. Elder Ancestor Bai frowned. He raised his hand and grabbed a disciple of the Bai clan. After scanning with his divine consciousness, a large amount of divine light surged out from his right hand and continuously surged into this person's body, helping him circulate his vital essence. However, very soon, this Dao realm powerhouse's frown deepened. With his current cultivation base, he was actually unable to make the vital essence in this person's body circulate again. Grand Elder, what's wrong with us? This person said in fear. For a cultivator, it was simply a terrifying nightmare to suddenly find that they had lost their strength one day. It's such a despicable method again. Everyone be quiet. After a while, your vital essence will naturally recover. A big shot of the Bai clan said. Previously, when Lin Tian destroyed the Bai clan stronghold, he had used a similar method. So this person still had an impression of it. He remembered that at that time there were others whose vital essence had suddenly condensed. However, not long after, they recovered. Is that true, Elder? It seems like such a thing happened before. That thief used the same method and some innocent people were harmed. Then, not long after, they could circulate their vital essence again. Then there's no need to worry. Hearing this, many people heaved a sigh of relief, feeling that Lin Tian's actions were really unnecessary. In response, Lin Tianji sneered. Boom! It was also at this moment that not far away, a blazing divine light of the sun rushed up. Li Guhuang's body was completely covered by the light of the sun. A divine sun appeared behind him, followed by a fusang tree and 9 golden crows. The sun ocean and the sea of consciousness propped up together, enveloping him. Then, Gradually, the light dissipated. Li Guhuang's aura returned to normal, but his face was much paler. It's not a temporary condensation. Something is slowly eroding my vital essence, Li Guhuang said in a deep voice. As soon as these words were said, the expressions of the people of the Bai clan changed again, because these words were said by the invincible sun body. Lin Tian stared at Li Guhuang, a cold light intertwined in his eyes. The sun origin is indeed powerful to be able to resist such a medicinal effect for such a long time and still be able to force it back, he said coldly. After entering the Bai clan, he had crushed 90 rising adversity pills. These pills were colorless, invisible, and tasteless. They could permanently destroy the vital essence of cultivators below the immortal ascension realm. If the antidote was not found within 7 days, it would be directly destroyed. Even the appearance of a nirvana realm cultivator could not change the outcome. He did not expect Li Guhuang to be able to resist such a medicinal effect by constantly circulating his vital essence during the battle with him. Moreover, he could even destroy it now. Li Guhuang's expression was cold as he stared at Lin Tian with murderous eyes. "What did you do?" Elder Ancestor Bai asked. At this moment, Elder Ancestor Bai's expression darkened slightly. The Tao cracking furnace also stabilized. The rising adversity pill is invisible, colorless, and tasteless. It can permanently destroy the vital essence of cultivators below the immortal ascension realm. Staring at Elder Ancestor Bai, Lin Tian said expressionlessly, "Now, all cultivators below the immortal ascension realm in your Bai clan have been affected by the rising adversity pill's medicinal effect. If they don't get the antidote I made in 7 days, they will be directly destroyed." "What did you say?" Instantly, everyone in the Bai clan was shocked. These words were undoubtedly very impactful. Even the Bai clan's great virtue realm elder was shocked. The Bai clan was very powerful. There were many cultivators in the clan, but among them 99% were cultivators below the immortal ascension realm. Although these people were not strong, they were the foundation of a large clan. This was because the immortal ascension realm cultivators in the future would emerge from these people. Many of these people would become the new pillars of support for the clan in the future. But now, these people's vital essence was about to be completely destroyed before they could truly become strong. This made everyone in the Bai clan fearful. Damn it! No, it can't be like this. Are we going to be destroyed? Some disciples of the Bai clan were terrified. A grand elder of the Bai clan stared at Lin Tian and roared furiously, "How can you be so vicious?" This move was too vicious. It was simply destroying the foundation of the Bai clan. It was destroying their ancient aristocratic family. Vicious? I'm just trying to protect myself, Lin Tianling said coldly. He knew that the Bai clan was very terrifying. Facing such a large faction, no matter how many methods he prepared, it was impossible for him to defeat the great virtue realm cultivators of this lineage. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Therefore, he prepared the rising adversity pill and used all the disciples of the Bai clan below the immortal ascension realm as his chess pieces and trump cards. He planted the rising adversity pill in them and condensed their vital essence. With this, he could threaten the great virtue realm cultivators of the Bai clan. Facing a great virtue realm cultivator, this was the only move he could use. "Hand over the antidote, and I'll let you go," the Bai clan's elder said in a deep voice. Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. Set Bai Ziki free and publicly cancel her engagement with the Li clan's son physique. I'll hand over the antidote after I leave. You're negotiating with me. The Bai clan's elder ancestor's face darkened. What a joke. Do I look like I'm negotiating with you? Do you have the right to negotiate with me now? To put it bluntly, I'm giving you a chance, Lin Tianling said coldly. The Bai clan's elder ancestor's face instantly darkened. He had never expected that Lin Tian would actually prepare such a method. Now, the cultivation lifeline of everyone in the Bai clan below the Immortal Ascension realm was in the hands of Lin Tian. Although his cultivation base and combat strength were powerful, he really did not dare to make a move against Lin Tian now. If he killed Lin Tian, it would be equivalent to cutting off the cultivation path of everyone in the Bai clan below the Immortal Ascension realm. His Bai clan would be directly destroyed by 90%. At this moment, another terrifying aura rushed out from the depths of the Bai clan. It flashed and quickly dissipated. Lin Tian was moved. From Bai Chio's sea of consciousness, he knew that it should be the direction of the supreme divine territory. Ziki, the head of the Bai clan, could only sigh softly after a while. Lin Tian rose into the air and looked at the depths of the Bai clan. There was a faint door in front of him. He saw a familiar figure step into it and instantly disappear behind the door. That stupid pig! He cursed. It was also at this moment that the Bai clan's elder ancestor rose into the air and stood opposite Lin Tian. Chapter 455. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at elder ancestor with disdain and sarcasm in his eyes. "I've finally seen what kind of person you are. How dare you threaten me with two geniuses from your own bloodline? You're really despicable. 1. Reading. 1K for 1. A-N-S-H-U. What did you say?" Elder ancestor Bai's face darkened. Lin Tian was getting out of hand. How dare he use the word despicable to describe him? Lin Tianling snorted. He stepped on the yin and yang hua and headed toward the dark door in the depths of the Bai family. He had promised Bai Chio that he would bring Bai Ziki out, and he would keep his promise. "You'd better pray that I can walk out alive in 7 days," he said coldly. With a swoosh, he was extremely fast. He dodged elder ancestor Bai in the blink of an eye and rushed into the supreme god extinction domain. The dark door had a strong tearing force. Lin Tian used his divine blade to protect himself, and the tearing force disappeared instantly. After about 10 breaths, Lin Tianji felt his body shake, and the space in front of him changed drastically. He looked around and saw that he was in a desolate and vast land. The grass and trees were withered, and the sky was dark. In this space, Lin Tian felt that everything around him was not real. It was as if everything was an illusion. This is the supreme god extinction domain. Lin Tian frowned. He looked around and did not feel any danger. At the same time, he did not see Bai Ziki's figure. That stupid pig, did he go further? He's quite fast, he thought to himself. He paused for a moment. Without any hesitation, he walked deeper into the boundless land. There was quite a bit of sand on this boundless land. Every time he stepped on the ground, he would leave behind footprints. However, these footprints would quickly disappear. They weren't covered by the sand, but rather, they were slowly disappearing like phantoms. Lin Tian frowned, paused, and walked forward again. Clang! Right at this moment, the clanging sound of a sword rang out, and a sword of light pierced through the void, heading straight for Lin Tian. Reading books WW W1 K. Angshu CC. The sword light was 3 feet long and about 1 inch wide. It carried with it a boundless radiance, as if it was about to cut through space. This is... Lin Tianwei was shocked. He had once fought with the thunder god physique Bai Ziki and had seen this sword ray with his own eyes. It seemed to be one of the basic martial arts techniques of the scripture of God and was not very profound. However, at this time, this sword light was somewhat shocking. It was at least 3 times stronger than when Bai Ziki used it in the sword tomb. It carried a natural feeling which made him very surprised. However, even though he was surprised, he was much stronger than when he was in the sword tomb. So he didn't care about this sword light. He raised his right hand and formed a claw with his 5 fingers. He grabbed the sword ray and crushed it with his bare hands. Clang! Right at this moment, the sword light rose again, and another similar sword light slashed at him. Lin Tian raised his hand and shattered it, but very soon the same sword light slashed at him again. He shattered more than 10 sword lights in a row, but these sword lights still didn't disperse. He wanted to go directly into the depths, but found that this space was a little strange. It didn't move according to his will at all. No matter where he went, he was still in the same place, and the sword lights kept slashing at him. Clang! 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 Sword lights came one after another. The shape was the same, the power was the same, and even the direction was the same. They kept repeating. Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. He still couldn't get out of here. He began to dodge the sword lights while secretly thinking. After 10 breaths, he suddenly had a thought. Could it be Wang? He used the divination divine technique, and a similar sword light rushed out from behind him, carrying a similar aura and slashed forward. With a crack, the sword light that was slashing at him shattered and dissipated into nothingness. Lin Tian stood where he was and waited quietly. However, this time there were finally no more sword lights slashing at him. Moreover, he found that he could leave this place. After walking for about 10 breaths, the scenery on both sides started to recede. I see. It seems that in here I can only use the same technique from the divine scripture to fight against it and enter the divine void zone. He muttered to himself. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, he had the divination divine technique, which could evolve a trace of the form of many divine powers and martial arts techniques. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome. First look, Book 1, K, A, N, S, H, U, A, C, C. He continued to walk forward. Not long after, dense leg shadows swept toward him. It was also a simple martial arts technique. He dodged slightly, then used the divination divine technique to meet the attacks with the same martial arts technique and shattered them. As he walked forward, he encountered palm shadows, fist lights, and illusory sword lights, one after another. In the end, he used the divination divine technique to evolve the same form and shattered all the attacks. It seems that the Bai clan's ancestor left this divine void zone behind by using a special method to imprint all the techniques from the divine scripture into this space. It's to train the descendants who enter the divine void zone. Lin Tian thought to himself. Then he was a little surprised. Back then, when that old man ignited his origin, how high did he reach? At least the enlightenment realm. He shook his head and continued to walk forward. After that, he encountered many attacks one after another. Among these attacks, he didn't recognize most of them. However, he recognized some of them because he had seen the Bai clan use them before. At this moment, the vast sky suddenly cracked open. A huge handprint fell, stirring up a cloud of dust. The giant palm imprint was very shocking, covering all the space within a radius of 5 zhang. Before the palm imprint truly landed, Lin Tian already felt a terrifying pressure. Even his bones began to creak, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to be on the verge of cracking. Is the Bai clan's ancestor trying to train the descendants? Or is he trying to play the descendants to death? Lin Tian was speechless. He recognized this handprint. It was the magic of the divine scripture, the divine void palm. However, the divine void palm at this time was really terrifying. If it came down in a mighty manner, even a cultivator at the peak of the Zephyr realm would be killed in an instant. He didn't have time to think. He took a deep breath and used the divining divine art. A similar handprint appeared and went toward the sky. The killing marks outside his body had long been shattered into pieces, and the divine blade had also been put away by him. This was because after entering this space, the Tao weapon had been strongly suppressed. With his current cultivation, it was difficult for him to activate the Tao weapon. Boom! He used the divine void palm to use the divining divine art and collided with the handprint falling from the sky. With a crack, the divine void palm he used was directly shattered. However, the divine void palm falling from the sky didn't stop at all. It pressed down on him without any decrease in momentum. Staring at this scene, Lin Tian took a deep breath. The vital essence in his body surged. The divining divine art was used to the extreme by him. He supported a similar divine void palm and attacked horizontally. This time the two handprints collided and were annihilated in the end. Lin Tian frowned. The divine void palm was only a not-so-terrifying magic of the Bai clan, but it already had such terrifying power in this divine realm. He needed to use 80% of his vital essence to resist it. After this, it could be imagined that there would be even more terrifying magic imprints waiting for him in front of him. At that time, it would be difficult for him to move an inch. On the other hand, in reality, it would be more troublesome for him to break into this divine realm than for the other disciples of the Bai clan. After all, he used the divining divine art to evolve a trace of the divine form of the divine scripture. Although the power was not bad, it was still not as good as the people of the Bai clan who had cultivated this technique. To give a simple example, he and Baiziki's battle prowess were on par. The same divine void palm, when used by Baiziki, was definitely many times stronger than when he used the divining divine art. Since the Bai family's progenitor left behind the godly images of the techniques in the Sutra of Godlessness to train the descendants of the Bai family, then the godly image imprints of these techniques should also contain the godly energy circulation paths of the main body's divine abilities. He thought to himself. Thinking of this, a light flashed in his eyes. He stepped into the depths. Not long after, in the dusky sky, a divine figure descended. It had 1,000 hands on its back, and its aura was so powerful that it was somewhat frightening. Lin Tian recognized this magic. It was a core secret magic of the Bai clan, the 1,000 transformations divine hands. Let's try to learn it, he thought to himself. He took a step back. Dark light flowed in his eyes as he activated the divine One Soul incantation. The divine One Soul incantation was a secret magic of the array path. Because it was related to the soul, once this ancient scripture was activated, it could greatly increase his perception. Now that he was facing the divine form of the 1,000 transformations divine hands, he wanted to sense the flow of divine power of this magic. Naturally, he had to increase his perception by as much as he could. Rumble. The divine figure formed by the 1,000 transformations divine hands was more than 30 meters tall. The 1,000 hands behind it stretched out horizontally, each holding a precious weapon. Dong! Clang! Buzz! The 1,000 transformations divine hands moved. Fists, sabers, and palms pressed down together, making different sounds. The power was somewhat frightening. Lin Tian frowned. Silver light flashed in his eyes as he stepped on the yin and yang ho to dodge. This was not the first time he had encountered the Bai family's 1,000 transformations godly hands, so he knew a lot about this magical power. This technique could summon a divine shadow, and when it was cultivated to the peak, there would be 1,000 hands behind the divine shadow, and each of them would produce an illusory, precious weapon. Its power was unparalleled, and with a wave of the hand, it could easily destroy a huge mountain. At this moment, he was staring at the divine shadow in this supreme divine domain. There were at least 1,000 precious weapons in the 1,000 hands behind his back. Without a doubt, this was the 1,000 illusionary divine hands. As he dodged, he used the divine One Soul incantation to sense the divine figure. In the process, he was hit several times. Soon, a full 15 minutes passed. 2 hours later, a ray of bright light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. His eyes focused. In an instant, a giant figure appeared behind him. The giant figure was 30 meters tall, and its 1,000 hands were intertwined. Its momentum was very strong. Very good. The corners of his mouth curled up. After spending 2 hours and suffering several injuries, he slowly understood the flow of divine power of the 1,000 transformations divine hands. At this time, the 1,000 transformations divine hands behind him was no longer created by the divination divine skill. It was the real Bai clan's secret skill. The true essence in his body surged wildly as he madly activated this divine skill. Gradually, the figure behind him grew to more than 15 meters tall. The divine figure stepped out and struck the sky. Boom! 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 After about an hour of astonishing battle, Lin Tian finally shattered the 1,000 transformations, divine hands in the supreme, divine domain, panting heavily. In the process, he had consumed a lot of true essence. However, his understanding of the 1,000 transformations, divine hands, had reached an astonishing level. There were probably few people in the Bai clan who could compare to him. It seems that the supreme divine domain left behind by the Bai clan's ancestor is really amazing for the descendants of the Bai clan to cultivate the Divine Sutra. It can help the clansmen quickly understand the mysteries of the various secret skills in the Divine Sutra. Lin Tian thought to himself. He was an outsider who had never cultivated the 1,000 transformations, divine hands before. At this moment, under the divine form of the 1,000 transformations, divine hands in the supreme divine domain, he had comprehended this technique to such an extent. It was really shocking. With this, one could imagine that if the Bai clan's clansmen who had cultivated this divine ability were to enter this place, the effect would definitely be better. Of course, it would only be better if the Bai clan's clansmen were on the same level as him in terms of comprehension and combat strength. If the Bai clan's clansmen were weaker than him, the result would probably not be too optimistic. Not to mention comprehending the technique better. In the worst case, they might even die under the divine form of this technique. This was because the divine form of the Divine Sutra's secret skill that the Bai clan's ancestor had created in the supreme divine domain was really terrifying. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking fluctuation came from the depths of the domain. It was mixed with traces of lightning and seemed a little chaotic. Lin Tian tilted his head, and 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. Bai Ziki, that guy is in trouble? Chapter 456. Lin Tian didn't hesitate. He stepped on the yin and yang hua and rushed toward the thunder. No pop-up window. During this process, he encountered a few more obstacles, but they weren't too terrifying. They weren't as strong as the supreme divine palm. Therefore, he didn't deliberately learn any techniques. Instead, he used the divination divine technique to evolve the divine form and rushed through with absolute combat power. Boom! In front of him, purple lightning flashed one after another. Dense clouds of light surrounded him, pressing toward the middle like cotton. In the middle, Bai Ziki was surrounded by thunderclouds. He summoned a similar technique, but he couldn't walk out in a short time. TSK, you're in a mess, Lin Tian said. He remembered that the light clouds were a secret technique of the Bai family. It seemed to be called Void Cloud Fall, which had the power to distort space. At this moment, seeing how Bai Ziki had fallen into the divine image imprint of such a divine ability, the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. He felt like laughing. It's you. Bai Ziki turned around and was shocked. It's me, Lin Tianandao. He stepped forward and used the divination divine technique to evolve the same light clouds. A passage was formed and he walked forward. The pressure around Bai Ziki was reduced a lot, and lightning flashed around him. Where's my sister? Staring at Lin Tian, Bai Ziki's eyes were a little unfriendly. He risked his life to bring his sister out of the family and handed her to Lin Tian. Now that Lin Tian was here, he felt a little uneasy, worried that his sister had returned. As if knowing what he was thinking, Lin Tian shook his head. Don't worry. She didn't return to the Bai family. She's in a very safe place, he said. Seeing Lin Tian's calm expression, Bai Ziki didn't say anything, but his face was very gloomy. You should stay by her side. Bai Ziki wasn't stupid. He knew very well why Lin Tian was here, but he wasn't happy. He came here alone, not because his family forced him to, but because he wanted to take on everything for his sister. When she was young, Bai Chiu was very obedient, very sensible and very obedient. However, ever since the family arranged that marriage, Bai Qiu's personality changed, and she became rebellious. It was because of this that although he was very strict with Bai Qiu, he had always pampered and spoiled her. He would never let Bai Qiu suffer any grievances outside of marriage. A few months ago, Bai Qiu had left his family. After finding traces of him, he went to Wuji Gate with his clansmen and met with Lin Tian. At that time, although Bai Qiu and Lin Tian had a good relationship, he didn't care much about it. Eventually, Bai Qiu left for the sea. When he returned, he saw her sad expression in her room and realized that there was someone else in her heart. She was suppressing it for the sake of her clan. It was also at that time that he, the holy son of the Bai clan, finally developed a strong dissatisfaction with the clan and risked his life to take Bai Qiu away. She shouldn't know you. Otherwise, she would have felt better. Staring at Lin Tian, Bai Ziqi's face was cold. For Lin Tian, his younger sister had shed too many tears. She had the extreme Yin King body, a heaven's pride of the second heaven. Ever since she was a child, even when she was forced to marry, she had never shed a tear. She was just unhappy. However, ever since she met Lin Tian, her tears had never stopped. Every time he thought of this, Bai Ziqi had the urge to grab Lin Tian out and give him a good beating. His heart was filled with anger. Then, if it weren't for me, would you have watched her marry someone with the Solar King body? Lin Tian wasn't happy either. He stared at Bai Ziqi, and with a backhand slap, he shattered the light cloud that was pressing towards him. His eyes were full of hostility. Bai Qiu is usually very naughty and willful. Sometimes she would act coquettishly and ask him to do things that he didn't want to do. However, he wasn't unhappy. After entering the second heaven, he was alone. With such a woman by his side, he was very happy. Moreover, no matter what, she always stood by his side. Even when he was enemies with the Bai family, she still stood by his side. This was enough to move him. Later, when he learned that the girl was forced to marry by her family, he felt a trace of heartache and anger. Therefore, he came to the Bai family. Even if he had to destroy 90% of the Bai family, he wanted to make this family feel a trace of her pain, even if it was only a trace. Bai Ziqi stared at Lin Tian, clenching his fists, and flames of anger appeared in his eyes. The two men just stared at each other like that. Rumble. In the sky, light clouds intertwined, pressing down inch by inch from all directions. Bai Ziqi sighed. He activated the chaotic void cloud secret technique, and lightning flashed vigorously. You shouldn't have come here. As the holy son of the Bai family, Bai Ziqi knew very well how terrifying the supreme divine domain was. Even though he had cultivated the supreme divine sutra to a very high level, and was stronger than many immortal realm powerhouses in the family, he still didn't have the confidence to pass through this supreme divine domain. As for Lin Tian as an outsider, it would be even more difficult for him to survive in this supreme divine domain. What's the big deal? At most, we will retreat and not go deeper. Lin Tian on Dao. Retreat? Is there a way out? Bai Ziqi was expressionless. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and looked back. He was slightly shocked. He remembered the way he came, but when he looked back, the path had disappeared. Bai Ziqi said, once you enter the godless extinction domain, all the paths you pass through will eventually disappear. Once you enter this space, you can only move forward. There's no way back, and there's no possibility of staying in the same spot. This is because space is constantly changing. You can treat this as a real illusion. If you want to live, you have to completely break through this space. Lin Tian was speechless. He said, did the ancestor of the Bai family really leave this space to train the descendants of the Bai family and not to play you to death? Bai Ziqi didn't say anything. He glanced at Lin Tian and looked at the sky. Boom! The sky was shattering, and more light clouds pressed down. This was the Bai family's chaotic void cloud descent. This divine domain was quite powerful. It could create light clouds and even turn the void into a swamp. Once one fell into it, it would be difficult to struggle out. Don't worry. At the crucial moment, the old ancestor of the Bai family will definitely save us. The lifeline of your family is still in my hands. Lin Tian Ondao. Bai Ziki glanced at Lin Tian expressionlessly and said, "Although I don't know what you have done, I have to disappoint you. Just now, a hint of abnormality appeared in this space and has been cut off from the outside world. Even ordinary great Tao realm experts won't be able to interfere with the operation of this space. You should understand what I mean." Bai Ziki was a direct descendant of the Bai family, and he also had the thunder god physique. His perception of this space was stronger than that of any other clansman. Just now, not long after he entered this space, he suddenly felt that this space had closed off, rejecting everything from the outside world. Originally, the old ancestor of the Bai family could open the supreme divine domain and interfere with internal operation. After all, the old ancestor of this generation of the Bai family was at the great Tao realm. However, just a moment ago, he sensed that this space had been completely sealed off. Nothing in the outside world seemed to be able to interfere with the operation of this space. In other words, even though Elder Ancestor Bai was at the great Tao realm and could normally enter this space, it was impossible for him to do so now. The two of them only had two paths now. The first was to barge in recklessly. The second was to die in here. Lin Tian opened his mouth and wanted to curse. He barged in directly because he thought that since he controlled the lifeline of 90% of the Bai family's cultivators with the rising adversity pill, the old ancestor of the Bai family would definitely pull him out at the crucial moment. He had never been worried about his own safety. However, now, Bai Ziki's words made him speechless. Before entering the supreme divine domain, everything was under his control. But now this control suddenly did not work. This made him want to roll his eyes. "That's why I said that you shouldn't have come in. If you die, what will happen to my sister?" Bai Ziki said, staring at Lin Tian. He was very displeased. "I'm not the only man in the world. You can do whatever you want." Lin Tian was also displeased. He and Bai Ziki blocked the void cloud fall, while staring at each other with hostile expressions, as if they wanted to fight. Bai Ziki snorted coldly. The lightning around his body flickered and became even more intense. Lin Tian used the divination divine technique to simulate the void cloud fall. His true origin surged wildly, forcing the light clouds in the supreme divine domain to retreat. Right now, the old ancestor of your Bai family is probably thousands of times more anxious than us. He suddenly laughed coldly. In fact, his words were not wrong. At this moment, outside the supreme divine domain, the Bai family's great Tao realm powerhouse was pacing around anxiously. His forehead was full of cold sweat. Damn it! How could this be? This shouldn't be. This person's face was ashen. Before Lin Tian rushed into the supreme divine domain, the old ancestor of the Bai family did not pay much attention. However, when Lin Tian rushed into the supreme divine domain, his expression suddenly changed. This was because, as powerful as he was actually unable to open the supreme divine domain. He could not sense what was happening inside. This caused this powerful existence of the second heaven of the great Tao to be involuntarily shocked, and a chill ran down his spine. The supreme divine domain was very dangerous. Everyone in the Bai family knew that. The more powerful one was, the more they knew how terrifying it was inside. In the beginning, they let Bai Ziki enter because they wanted to force Bai Ziki to return to the clan. Even if Bai Ziki did not return, when Bai Ziki was in danger, the old ancestor of the Bai family would forcefully pull Bai Ziki out of the supreme divine domain. After all, this was the clan's Thunder God King physique, the Bai family's sacred son. How could the Bai family allow Bai Ziki to come to any harm? However, when Lin Tian rushed into the supreme divine domain, there was a huge change in the supreme divine domain. As a great Tao realm existence and the current strongest person in the Bai family, he was actually unable to interfere with the operation of the supreme divine domain. This caused him to be filled with panic. One had to know that now the thunder god physique of his lineage was inside, and Lin Tian controlled 90% of the cultivation lifelines of the cultivators in the clan. If either of them were harmed, the Bai family would suffer an unprecedentedly huge blow. Damn it! The old ancestor of the Bai family roared in a low voice. He released his divine consciousness and constantly searched the supreme divine domain. The supreme divine domain. Boom! In the sky, the light clouds kept pressing down, closing in from all directions and surrounding Lin Tian and Baiziki. This light cloud was a little terrifying, causing the two of them to feel a huge pressure and their bodies to hurt. White pig, you attack the left, I'll attack the right. Let's work together to break it. Lin Tian Ondao. P.S. I wish all the sisters a happy Goddess Day and happy every day. After that, Rolling Dragon went to have lunch. Chapter 457. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with interesting novels to read. Lin Tian was a little speechless. He always felt that the Bai family's ancestor was too deceitful. He actually set up such a supreme divine territory. This was not to train the descendants, but to deceive them. If one entered this place without the cultivation of the peak of the immortal realm, there was basically no way to survive. Inside, the divine powers that had been evolved were really terrifying to the extreme. Boom! Boom! The two of them used their methods at the same time. Baiziki supported the real void cloud fall, while Lin Tian used the divination divine art to activate a trace of the divine form of void cloud fall. At the same time, they attacked in all directions. After about an hour, the two of them worked together and finally completely annihilated the void cloud fall divine power that the Bai family's ancestor had evolved in this space. Your ancestor is too deceitful. He definitely wants to play you to death. Lin Tian said. He was really speechless. One had to know that they were only facing the void cloud fall divine power, but the two of them had to work together to resist it. If they walked to the end, how much pressure would there be? Just thinking about it made him feel a chill down his spine. Baiziki frowned slightly and looked at Lin Tian. He said, You went to the Forsaken Heaven Realm, Divine Roar Palace, and other kings' territories, learned the Supreme Divine Palm, and now Void Cloudfall. What's going on? I asked Bai Chiao, but she didn't teach you the Bai family's divine powers. I believe that she wouldn't lie to me about this. She definitely wouldn't teach you the secret techniques of the divine scripture. I'm a genius. I can learn any technique with a glance. Lin Tian Ondao. Baiziki said coldly, Do you think I'm as stupid as my sister and will believe you? You can use your talent to explain why you learned other techniques, but can you learn the king's territory with talent? Baiziki's face was filled with indifference as he stared at Lin Tian. Suddenly his eyes focused. I heard that the Limitless Immortal School has a heaven's divination divine art that is said to be able to evolve everything in the world, and it's called the Battle Saint Technique. She went to Wuji Gate because she wanted to get this secret technique. She wanted to use it as a condition to exchange with her family so that her family could change the marriage alliance. Which secret technique did you learn? Lin Tian opened his mouth, somewhat speechless. He secretly thought that Baiziki's spiritual perception was indeed somewhat frightening. He had guessed it in an instant. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't say anything, Baiziki understood. As expected, he glanced at Lin Tianyi but didn't say anything. After a little tidying up, he walked towards the depths of the supreme divine region. As of now, the only path they could take was to charge through the godless extinction domain. As for the other path, the path of death, neither he nor Lin Tian wanted to step on it. The two of them continued forward. Not long after, the void shattered again, and more divine abilities descended. Buzz! This time the sky was filled with patterns, as if they were formation patterns. They were densely packed, extremely shocking. What technique is this? Lin Tian was surprised. He had never seen such a secret technique before. one of the core secret techniques of the supreme divine scripture, the divine shattering pattern. It can cut off the physical body and directly obliterate the cultivator's divine soul. Baiziki explained simply. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shook. Strands of similar patterns spread out from his body and interweaved in the surroundings, producing a dazzling light. Core divine ability? I've seen the great Celestial King arcane technique she used. What rank does it rank in your by family's supreme divine scripture? Lin Tian asked. Previously in the sea area, Bai Qiu had used the great Celestial King arcane technique to attack the desolate demon physique. He still had some impression of it. It was also one of the core secret techniques of the Bai family's supreme divine scripture. It was very terrifying. Baiziki glanced at Lin Tian and didn't say anything. I'm just asking. I'm not asking you to teach me. Lin Tian was displeased. Baiziki paused and said expressionlessly, the Bai family has 9 core secret techniques and 3 profound meanings. The Great Celestial King arcane technique is the 3rd core divine ability, and the divine shattering pattern is the 4th core divine ability. Then there are the 1,000 illusory divine hands, the peerless divine palm, and so on. As for the last 3 profound divine abilities, no one in the supreme divine realm has ever been able to pass them. Lin Tian was speechless. According to what you said, aren't the 2 of us dead meat? I don't know. Baiziki's expression didn't change. Lin Tian didn't know what to say, but he was more and more certain that the ancestor of the Bai family definitely wanted to play the descendants to death. Looking at the sky, he suddenly trembled and said in a serious voice, "It's coming." In the sky, densely packed patterns fell down, covering almost every inch of space, making it difficult to guard against. Buzz. He operated the heavens derivation divine technique, his hands moving about. Suddenly, similar patterns appeared one after another, facing upwards. Baiziki glanced over and didn't say anything. The divine shattering pattern outside his body became stronger and denser. Next, it's mainly up to you. The divine shattering pattern that I evolved is still far from being as strong as yours, Lin Tian said. Since Baiziki had already guessed that he had mastered the divine divination divine technique, there was no need for him to hide it. The other party was not a sinister person. In the situation where he had already guessed, if he still hid it, it would seem a little inferior. He stared at the patterns in the sky and used the divine shattering pattern that was evolved by the divine divination divine technique to meet the attack. At the same time, silver light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly used the heavenly one soul incantation and seriously comprehended the divine power of this divine ability. Whoosh! A cool breeze blew, sweeping by from time to time. The divine shattering pattern did not cause any terrifying tremors, but Lin Tian felt a terrifying pressure. It was as if his soul was being drawn out and obliterated by an invisible force. He remembered what Baiziki said. He knew that this divine ability could obliterate the soul and spirit of the physical body. He took a deep breath and concentrated his essence, energy, and spirit. His consciousness covered his body, and his soul and flesh shell strengthened. He used the divine shattering pattern evolved by the divine divination divine technique to meet the attack in the sky. Buzz! The God-shattering rune he conjured clashed with the God-shattering rune in the divine domain. The difference between the two was obvious. The God-shattering rune he conjured was instantly crushed. The God-shattering rune in the divine domain pressed down on him in a terrifying manner. With a buzz, not far away, another light pattern pressed down. Baiziki made a move and used the divine shattering pattern to block it. Lin Tian nodded at Baiziki. He used the divine divination divine technique and activated the divine shattering pattern again. His eyes flickered with silver light. The divine one soul incantation circulated faster, increasing his perception. After that, he used the divine divination divine technique to activate the divine shattering pattern. At the same time, he used his hands to move, testing the true flow of the divine shattering pattern in his body. Because this divine ability was very complicated, it was difficult for him to learn it in a short time. Buzz! 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 Baiziki activated the divine shattering pattern to fight against the divine shattering pattern in the supreme divine domain. He could shatter many of them, but it was still difficult to destroy them all at the same time. As more and more divine shattering patterns fell from the sky, the pressure on Baiziki also increased. He could not help but frown. This was not because Baiziki was not strong. On the contrary, Baiziki was very strong. The reason why he was struggling at this time was because he alone bore at least 90% of the pressure. Soon, another 2 hours passed. Enough! Lin Tian suddenly said. With a buzz, his body shook. Lines of patterns flowed out, exuding an aura that was far stronger than before. Baiziki's expression froze. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. "You've learned it," he said in a deep voice. As one of the Bai family's holy princes with the lightning god physique, Baiziki naturally knew the purpose of the paramount divine domain's existence. At this moment, seeing that the divine fragment rune Lin Tian displayed was clearly different from before, and there was a qualitative difference in its momentum, Baiziki knew that this was no longer the divine fragment rune Lin Tian created using the divination divine art, but the true Bai family's divine fragment rune secret art. "I'm a genius," Lin Tian said with a smile. After more than 2 hours, through the collision with the divine shattering pattern, he finally mastered this technique. Baiziki said coldly, "After you get out, forget about it." "Understood." Lin Tian nodded and grinned. Baiziki said that because he didn't care that he had learned the Bai family's secret technique. The so-called "after you get out, forget about it" was actually to not let the Bai family know about it. Baiziki glanced at him coldly. His imperial physique shook, and an even stronger divine shattering pattern surged out. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth curled up. His true ether rolled out, and the divine shattering pattern blasted out. Swish! 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 A crisp sound was heard. One could see the divine shattering pattern falling from the sky, shattering bit by bit. Just now, Baiziki was supporting it alone. Although Lin Tian had evolved a trace of the divine shattering pattern with the divine divination divine technique, it was only a trace after all, and the effect was not great. Now it was different. Lin Tian had comprehended the true divine shattering pattern, and its power was much stronger than the divine divination divine technique. The situation suddenly changed dramatically. 1. The divine patterns flickered, and the divine shattering pattern, descending from the sky, retreated bit by bit. The two of them were both powerful young supreme beings. Now that they were working together, their might could not be said to be weak. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had used the true divine shattering pattern together, and finally all the divine shattering pattern descending from the sky were shattered. Lin Tian exhaled a shaky breath. "It's finally over." Baiziki did not say anything, and continued to walk forward. Lin Tian shrugged and followed him unhurriedly. Not long after, the scene on both sides suddenly changed greatly. The earth trembled, and the layer of soil cracked open. A divine figure stood up. The divine figure was a full 300 feet tall. Its left hand was raised vertically, and its right hand slowly pressed down. With a boom, the surrounding sand and pebbles were instantly sent flying. The scene was frightening and frightening. A great celestial king arcane technique. Lin Tian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He felt as if all the bones in his body were aching. He turned to look at Baiziki and said, "White pig head, teach me the mental mantra of this technique." "Impossible." Baiziki refused. "In any case, I can learn it through this divine figure in the future. Can't you just teach it to me directly? Why waste time? It's two different things." Baiziki was expressionless. He was unwilling to teach it directly to Lin Tian. Lin Tian was speechless. He could only use the divine divination divine technique to derive the great celestial king arcane technique, and then use the heavenly one soul incantation to comprehend this divine technique. Just like that, another 6 hours passed very quickly. When he and Baiziki were both in a very sorry state, he finally managed to control this secret technique of the Bai clan. He supported the great celestial king arcane technique's essence and blasted it forward. Chapter 458. Genius 1 Second Memorize, providing you with an interesting novel to read. After comprehending the true great celestial king profound art, Lin Tian supported the divine shadow of the great celestial king, which was more than 30 meters tall, and instantly turned the situation around. With a thought, the divine shadow of the great celestial king behind him pressed forward with a palm, shaking this solid illusory space. The surrounding sand became even more violent, and the ground cracked inch by inch. This is the true great celestial king profound art? So powerful! Lin Tian was shocked. He had seen this profound art before, and had always felt that it was very powerful. However, when he really used it, he truly felt how terrifying this profound art was. It was much more powerful than the god-shattering patterns. It was practically an art born for battle. Baiziki glanced at Lin Tian, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Lin Tian to actually grasp the great celestial king profound art so quickly. This kind of talent was indeed heaven-defying. If it were any other disciple of the Bai clan, even if the divine shadow of the great celestial king profound art in the supreme divine realm didn't attack, probably not many would be able to learn it in a short time. However, Lin Tian only spent 6 hours. Moreover, it was under the situation where he was fighting with the divine shadow of the great celestial king profound art. It was really shocking. However, Baiziki wasn't an ordinary person after all. After being slightly surprised for a moment, he returned to normal. Boom! There was a flash of light, and the divine shadow of the great celestial king behind Baiziki became more solid, and its aura also became stronger. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The great celestial king profound art that Baiziki used was really frightening. It was much stronger than his divine shadow. In addition to the divine shadow that my heaven's divination divine art has created. He shouted. With a boom, another divine shadow of the great celestial king condensed behind him, and it was activated by the heaven's divination divine art. Then, the divine shadow of the great celestial king that was activated by the heaven's divination divine art and the divine shadow of the great celestial king that he had comprehended merged into one. Instantly, it exuded an even stronger aura and became no weaker than the great celestial king profound art that Baiziki used. Baiziki glanced slightly, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Boom! Boom! The two of them made their moves at the same time. The two great immortal king divine phantoms clashed with the great immortal king divine phantoms imprinted in the supreme divine domain. Destructive auras filled the entire sky. During this process, the god's shadows that were summoned by the two of them were shattered more than 10 times. It was not until the 19th time that they finally defeated the god's shadow in the supreme divine territory. However, the two of them were not happy because of this. On the contrary, their faces darkened. The consumption of genuine is too serious. Lin Tiandao. Baiziki didn't say anything, but it was obvious that he felt the same as Lin Tian. At this moment, almost half of the true essence in their bodies had been consumed, and they both felt an enormous pressure. One had to know that they hadn't even walked through half of the godless extinction domain, and there was still a very long way to go. God knows how many more terrifying divine abilities, secret arts, and divine forms they would have to face, and they might even encounter other, even more terrifying things. Can you take a break? Lin Tian asked. You can stay in the same place for at most an hour. After that, the surrounding environment will change on its own. Baiziki said, As the holy son of the Bai family, Baiziki naturally knew the supreme divine territory very well. Then let's stay for an hour. It's better than no time at all. Lin Tiandao. Regarding this, he felt that the ancestor of the Bai family was quite humane. At least he knew to give them some time to rest. The two of them adjusted their breathing on the spot, and soon an hour had passed. Before they could stand up, the scene around them had already changed, and the sky had become as red as blood. With a dong sound, a huge bell appeared. The bell's body was covered with dense Tao marks, as if it was real. The God-shattering bell, the second core secret art of the Bai family. It's even stronger than the great immortal king arcane art. Baiziki said, "Understood." Lin Tian nodded. After adjusting their breathing for an hour, he and Baiziki had recovered about 70% of their true essence. At this moment, the two of them attacked together, facing the huge bell descending from the sky. This huge bell was a little heavy. Although it was formed from light, it gave people a very real feeling. There was a real bell sound spreading, and wherever it passed, the void would distort. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly, and he felt as if his head had been hit by a stick, and he felt dizzy. Be careful, the sound of the bell can affect divine sense. Baiziki said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lin Tian was unhappy. Baiziki humphed and supported the same divine bell. "I say, can't you just directly transmit it to me? In any case, I can control this kind of technique later. Isn't it the same?" Lin Tian was quite speechless and said, "If you do this, we will have to waste a lot of time and suffer a lot. Why do you have to do this? More seriously, if I can't comprehend it in the end, we will have an 80% chance of dying." Baiziki snorted coldly and focused on facing the divine bell, ignoring Lin Tian. Lin Tian, he sighed helplessly. He couldn't persuade Baiziki, so he had to support the divination divine technique and evolve a trace of the divine bell to fight. Of course, in the process, he was also carefully comprehending this divine ability. Soon, 8 hours passed. "Come out!" A shout sounded. After 8 hours, Lin Tian became a mess. His clothes were tattered, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence before he finally controlled the God-shattering void bell. He glared fiercely at Baiziki, madly activated the God-shattering void bell, and then used the divination divine technique to enhance this divine ability. After another 2 hours of bitter fighting, he and Baiziki finally broke the divine bell in the supreme divine domain. The two rested in place for half an hour before moving again. Afterwards, they traveled through the supreme divine region for a total of 3 days. During these 3 days, they successively encountered the divine forms of several secret techniques from the Supreme Divine Sutra. The most terrifying time was when they were just a hair's breadth away from taking their lives. In the end, Baiziki had to burn a trace of the thunder god's origin to barely make through. However, even so, the two were in an extremely sorry state. After 3 days, their bodies were covered with scars, and the true qi in their bodies was less than 40% of its peak. Your Bai family's ancestor is really not a good thing. Lin Tian gasped for breath. In these 3 days, he learned the Bai family's 1,000 phantom divine hands, God-shattering rune, great immortal king arcane techniques, God-shattering void bell, and other secret techniques. It could be said that the harvest was shocking. One must know that if any of these techniques were to leak out, it would set off a huge wave in the second heaven. But now he had learned all of them. However, despite this, Lin Tian wasn't happy at all. Learning so many secret techniques was indeed a good thing, but he had to be able to walk out of here alive. At this time, he and Baiziki were both covered in blood, and their faces were as pale as white flour. If they walked out, they would probably be treated as ghosts. "How can you say that?" Baiziki's face turned ugly. Lin Tian slandering the ancestor of the Bai family like this naturally made him unhappy. In fact, he admitted that the divine domain was very scary and dangerous, but the effect was also very shocking. It had only been 3 days since he entered the divine domain. Although his cultivation base didn't change much, he could clearly feel that his strength had increased by a lot. His comprehension of the Divine Sutra had at least doubled, and his battle strength had also doubled. This kind of achievement was not easy to achieve. At least, it was impossible to achieve this kind of result by spending 3 days in the outside world. It was impossible to achieve this kind of result even in 30 days. Lin Tian was too lazy to pay attention to him. He calmed down and quickly adjusted his true qi. Baiziki didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and also began to operate the Divine Sutra. Soon, half an hour passed. Buzz! The surroundings changed greatly. Before the two of them could react, they had already appeared in a desolate wasteland. As far as the eye could see, numerous soul shadows appeared on the horizon. They were densely packed, and there was one every few feet. The aura they emitted was not cold, but it was somewhat terrifying. It was as if they were staring at the Grim Reapers. The two of them had already passed many great techniques, but at this moment they both trembled. "Pighead, what is this?" Lin Tian asked. Looking at the soul shadows around them, he keenly felt the threat of death. Baiziki's expression was not very good. He said, "One of the 3 profound theurgies of the Divine Sutra, 1,000 guiding gods. Legend has it that in the ancient times, the ancestor was lucky enough to see the battle of the heavenly demon king, Physique of the Enlightenment realm. The heavenly demon Physique summoned the countless souls that died in battle between heaven and earth, and killed 3 elites of the same level with a raise of his hand. After seeing this, the ancestor was inspired. He went into seclusion for 3 years and created this theurgy. He can create 1,000 souls to fight for him, and named it 1,000 guiding gods." Lin Tian was startled. Could it be that these divine souls truly exist? No, they are just illusory bodies constructed with divine power. Only the heavenly demon Physique can summon the souls of cultivators that really exist between heaven and earth. Of course, some ancient elites with extraordinary means could also use tyrannical means to capture the remnant souls of dead cultivators. Baiziki said in a deep voice, "However, don't think that just because I said so, you think this theurgy is nothing. I said before that no one has ever survived a profound theurgy. Look at my nervous expression. Do I look like I think this theurgy is nothing?" Lin Tian was speechless. He looked around. The soul shadows were swaying slowly, and he could not help but feel a chill down his spine. "They are coming," Baiziki said. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the space. The soul shadows in the surroundings all moved and rushed over quickly. Lin Tian operated the divining divine technique. With a buzz, 1,000 soul shadows appeared, but they were somewhat transparent. With a thought, the 1,000 souls rushed in all directions and attacked the soul shadows in the supreme divine domain. However, the result shocked him. Among the 1,000 souls in the supreme divine domain, only one soul shadow waved its hand and attacked. The 1,000 souls he created were all shattered into ashes in an instant, turning into specks of starlight and dissipating in the void. This, Lin Tian's pupils constricted. He was really shocked. On the other side, Baiziki used the Bai clan's 1,000 godly arcane technique. It was much stronger than Lin Tian's divining divine technique, but the result was not much better. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered by the 1,000 souls in the supreme divine domain. Without a sound, 2 soul shadows suddenly rushed over at an extremely fast speed, and their soul palms landed on the 2 people's chests. Chapter 459. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The 2 soul shadows appeared to be as light as a feather, as graceful as the wind. However, when the soul palms landed on their chests, they were directly sent flying dozens of meters away. Bright red blood floated in the air. After sending the 2 flying, the 2 soul shadows stopped and closed in on the 2 again. "Pighead, are you dead?" Lin Tian struggled to stand up. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he felt that his sternum was about to shatter. Even breathing hurt. When he and Baiziki came here, they were already covered in wounds. Now that they were injured again, they were even worse. Baiziki didn't say anything. He just stood up and stared ahead. Buzz! In a flash of light, the 1,000 souls appeared and stood around. Lin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and used the divination divine art to summon the 1,000 souls. You really don't want to tell me? Baiziki snorted, and the 1,000 souls rushed forward. You're as stubborn as that sword. Lin Tian wasn't happy. He used the divination divine art, and the 1,000 souls trembled. They rushed forward together with Baiziki's 1,000 attraction divine art. However, reality proved that the 1,000 attraction divine art imprinted in this space was too terrifying. The two of them couldn't resist it at all. In the blink of an eye, they were sent flying again, and half of their bodies were almost crushed. Boom! Boom! The two of them got up and their true essence surged. They used the same art and attacked in all directions. Lin Tian used the Tiani soul art. His eyes were bright. He fought with the soul shadows while trying to figure out the divine power flow of this art. Because the divine abilities and secret arts in the supreme divine domain were all imprinted by the Bai clan's progenitor, he left behind the perfect flow of divine power and even the method of forming seals. Therefore, he could learn them by looking at them. In this space, thousands of soul shadows weaved together. 1,000 soul shadows were the divine art imprints of the supreme divine domain. 1,000 soul shadows were the Bai clan's origin divine art executed by Baiziki, and the other 1,000 soul shadows were Lin Tian's divinatory divine art. Chi, chi, chi. When the 3,000 soul shadows collided, the gap between them was immediately apparent. The soul shadows created by Lin Tian and Baiziki were destroyed in the blink of an eye. With two bangs, the two of them were sent flying again. There's still half to go. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. He had already comprehended half of the 1,000 induction, secret, techniques, divine power circulation path. Soon, he would be able to truly master it. He activated the divining divine technique, and the 1,000 shadows reappeared, attacking again. Baiziki glanced at Lin Tiani. He also activated the 1,000 attraction secret technique and charged forward to meet the other soul shadows. Unfortunately, compared to the godly image left behind by the Bai clan's progenitor, the godly images they conjured were too weak. Your primogenitor is simply a freak. He must have been filled with resentment before he died, wanting to send more descendants to their deaths. Lin Tian cursed. He kept coughing up blood. His chest was already dyed red, and his face was very pale. Baiziki coldly glared at Lin Tiani. He activated the 1,000 attraction secret technique again and summoned the 1,000 souls. At this time, a bright light shot out from his forehead and quickly entered Lin Tian's forehead. 1,000 attraction secret technique? Lin Tiani was stunned and said, "You finally understood." The light that Baiziki shot into his forehead was the 1,000 attraction secret technique. Only this once. Baiziki said coldly. Baiziki knew that the current situation was very dangerous. Although he didn't want to teach Lin Tian, he still did. Because Lin Tian used the divining divine technique to activate the 1,000 attraction secret technique to clash with the 1,000 souls in the godless extinction domain, he would be at a great disadvantage, and his resistance would be much weaker. Therefore, he directly sent the 1,000 attraction secret technique into Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. Lin Tiani smiled and didn't say anything. He took a deep breath, and the true yuan in his body vibrated. Suddenly, the 1,000 souls appeared. At this time, he activated the 1,000 attraction secret technique with the secret technique that Baiziki passed to him. The aura that he emitted was much stronger than the soul shadows summoned by the divining divine technique. After that, he used the divining divine technique to enhance the 1,000 soul shadows summoned. The 1,000 soul shadows became even stronger, and their every move seemed to be real. Charge, he said in a low voice. The 1,000 souls moved, and together with Baiziki's 1,000 attractions secret technique, they attacked in all directions. Chi, chi, chi. The two of them used their full strength and finally destroyed many soul shadows in the godless extinction domain. However, it was just a drop in the bucket. The speed at which they destroyed the soul shadows in the godless extinction domain was too slow. After a long while, they had only destroyed a dozen soul shadows. At the same time, more than half of the soul shadows that they had summoned were already destroyed. The result of the battle was chilling to both of them. The gap between them was like a chasm between heaven and earth. After staying here for a few days, our understanding of the Divine Sutra is probably stronger than the grand elders of the Bai family, Lin Tiandao said. However, if we can't get out alive, it's useless no matter how strong our understanding is. He had to admit that the godless extinction domain left by the Bai family's ancestor had a heaven-defying effect on the cultivation of the Divine Sutra. However, no one could withstand such a divine effect. It was too difficult to break through. He estimated that with his and Baiziki's strength, they would have to at least step into the celestial transcendence realm to have an 80% chance of breaking through. Baiziki didn't say anything. He activated the 1,000 attraction secret technique with all his might. Lin Tian took a deep breath. His true origin vibrated as he supported the divine ability together. Unfortunately, their combined efforts didn't have much effect. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 attraction secret technique they had summoned shattered again. Puff! Puff! Once again, the two of them were sent flying. They both coughed up blood. Moreover, at this time the soul shadows that they had destroyed earlier appeared again. It was the 1,000 attraction secret technique again. Lin Tian struggled to stand up. He had the urge to curse. I really want to drag out your ancestor's corpse and whip it. No, whip its ashes. That old man must have rotted away long ago. He cursed. Now he could clearly feel that his condition was very bad. He only had 20% of his true origin left. From the looks of it, Qian Hun had yet to disappear. He felt that it was impossible to use the 1,000 godly attraction technique to shatter Qian Hun. However, what made him feel helpless was that he could only use the same technique in this space. Baiziki propped himself up, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. With a boom, a tyrannical divine might rushed out. Baiziki's aura suddenly became stronger. A fluctuation that was far more powerful than before spread out. Then, the 1,000 attraction secret technique appeared together. At this moment, the 1,000 attraction secret technique was much, much stronger. The vast and mighty aura surprised Lin Tian. However, soon, Lin Tian's expression changed. He saw the truth. Baiziki was burning the thunder god's origin again. Chi, chi, chi. As Baiziki burned a strand of the thunder god's origin to increase his strength, many of the soul shadows in the divine domain were destroyed. However, it was still a drop in the bucket. Not long after, Baiziki's aura weakened. The 1,000 attraction secret technique's origin secret technique was restored again and crushed over. With a bang, Baiziki was sent flying. He was battered and exhausted, and his body was covered in blood. The sound of air breaking rang out. More soul shadows pressed over, and they waved their palms to press down on Baiziki. Lin Tianyi stepped forward, and the 1,000 attraction secret technique's origin secret technique met the attack head-on. He shattered the soul shadows that were charging at Baiziki. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air breaking rang out. The soul shadows became more and more terrifying. The two resisted with all their strength, but in the blink of an eye, they were swept away again. Blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. The two madly activated the 1,000 attraction secret technique. Unfortunately, it was useless. Even if Baiziki burned another strand of the thunder god's origin, he still couldn't resist. He coughed out another mouthful of blood essence and was extremely weak. Boom! Boom! The two madly activated their true essence. Their aura was very strong, but after dozens of breaths, they were both sent flying again. Damn it! Lin Tian cursed. Baiziki struggled and glanced at Lin Tianyi. Suddenly, an even more violent aura rushed out of his body. It was frighteningly strong. At this time, Baiziki burned more of the thunder god's origin, and the aura on his body began to rise steadily. "You're crazy!" Lin Tian's expression changed. He felt the horror of this aura. Baiziki seemed to be burning half of the thunder god's origin. He used the yin and yang hua and appeared in front of Baiziki. His right hand shook quickly, and the Tao diagram of the four symbols condensed and directly covered Baiziki, extinguishing the burning thunder god's origin in Baiziki's body. Now, only by burning more than half of the thunder god's origin can I break through the supreme divine zone. Baiziki was expressionless. "Get lost!" Lin Tian scolded. "Why do you think I broke into the Bai family? If I crippled you, what's the point of breaking through the supreme divine zone? How am I supposed to explain things to her? Tell her that I broke into the Bai clan with great fanfare and then brought your half-crippled older brother out. If that happens, I might as well kill myself." All of a sudden, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out continuously. In all directions, numerous soul shadows rushed forward, intending to kill. "Stop burning your origin!" Lin Tian shouted at Baiziki. Even as he drew on the 1,000 invocations, secret magic, to fight back against the soul projections, he also tried to draw on the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Now that he was in this boundless God zone, his saber had been suppressed, and his killing spell formations weren't doing much good. His only hope now was the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. If he could awaken it, even if it only gave him a sliver of power, he would be able to turn the tides of the battle. Even if the Bai clan's founding ancestor came back to life, Yang Qi would still be able to kill him. Black Dragon was a perfect example. However, just like before, no matter how he called out, the divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness did not move at all. Apart from cursing in his heart, Lin Tian could only curse in his heart. Splat! Splat! Not long after, he and Baiziki were swept away again. Half of their bodies were dyed red with blood, and it was a ghastly sight. His vision blurred as he looked up ahead. In contrast, Baiziki was in a much worse state, having burned a few strands of the lightning god's origin. Rumble! Within the supreme god domain, not a single one of the 1,000 shadows was missing. At this moment, more than half of them began to move. In the blink of an eye, terrifying killing intent surged out. Seeing this, Lin Tian's expression instantly changed. He frantically tried to communicate with the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, but no matter what he did, it wouldn't respond. Damn it! Lin Tian despaired at the sight of hundreds of soul projections. Without the divine sword, how could he and Baiziki possibly stand a chance against such an attack? Whiz! All of a sudden, his body trembled and his abdomen lit up. Chapter 460. The divine diagram was hazy as it slowly rotated. It did not look huge, but the power it created was extremely terrifying. Uft! 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 Hundreds of thousands of souls had been shattered, and they were still collapsing. Furthermore, the shattered soul shadow could no longer be reformed. This is... Lin Tianwei was shocked. This was the second time he had seen this hazy divine diagram. The first time he saw it was when he had just stepped into the airborne realm. At that time, the heavenly tribulation had descended, and at the most critical moment, this divine diagram had rushed out of his body, from the source of his abdomen, and helped him survive the crisis. And at this moment, when he was using all his strength to summon the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, this divine diagram had appeared once again. He was a little surprised because he had never sensed the existence of this divine diagram before. Boom! The divine diagram rotated slightly, and rays of light overflowed. It looked soft, but it was actually very domineering, as if it could destroy everything. As far as the eye could see, as long as the light of the divine diagram swept through, the souls in the supreme divine domain would collapse in the blink of an eye. This process only lasted for a few breaths, and the thousands of souls were completely wiped out by this divine diagram. Moreover, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that with the manifestation of this divine diagram, this supreme divine domain actually shook violently. One could see with the naked eye that cracks suddenly appeared in the void, spreading in all directions like a spider web. It was as if this supreme divine domain would completely collapse in the next moment. "What are you doing?" Baiziki's expression changed. "This I don't know." Lin Tianwei was helpless. He was telling the truth, as he really did not know what this thing was. Baiziki stared at Lin Tianwei. Seeing that Lin Tianwei did not seem to be hiding or lying, his expression became even worse. This space is beginning to disintegrate. As the sacred son of the Bai family, and as a thunder god physique, he had an extremely close connection with this space. At this moment, this supreme divine domain was like glass at this time, shattering bit by bit. What? Lin Tianyi was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. "What are you so happy about?" "This is a divine treasury left behind by my clan's ancestor. Once it is destroyed, it will be a huge loss." Baiziki's face darkened. "Nonsense. I feel that this supreme divine region is the tomb of your Bai clan's experts. It was left behind by your clan's first ancestor to trap and kill his descendants." Lin Tian curled his lips and said, "Look at you now. You don't even have 10% of your true energy left. You're only one step away from having a cup of tea with the King of Hell. If you're already like this, how are the other Bai family members going to survive?" Baiziki was now covered in blood. His condition couldn't get any worse. He stared at Lin Tian with wide eyes. "Don't glare at me. Even if you glare at me, I'll still say the same thing." Lin Tian curled her lips. He looked at the divine diagram in front of him. The divine diagram spun and actually emitted an even more intense light. Rumble. The space trembled, cracking apart inch by inch. This type of scene was a bit frightening, as if a true great world was heading towards its end, extremely horrifying. "White pig head, get ready. We don't have to die," Lin Tian said. "Are you an idiot? I said it before. What are you so happy about?" Baiziki said in a low voice, "Right now, this space is heading towards self-destruction due to the map that you summoned. Do you understand that space is self-destructing? With our current cultivation, how are we going to survive in a space that's heading towards self-destruction? We'll be torn apart by the space-time turbulence." Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. "What did you say?" "Take back your divine diagram," Baiziki said in a low voice. Looking at Baiziki's countenance, Lin Tian seemed to have sensed the severity of the situation. Although the divine diagram that had rushed out from his body had wiped out the 1,000 souls and resolved a crisis, it had brought about an even more terrifying situation for them. He moved his divine sense, and a bright light appeared between his eyebrows. He tried his best to communicate with the divine diagram in front of him, pulling it bit by bit into his body. "Who is it?" At this moment, suddenly a low voice sounded from the depths of the supreme divine realm. This voice was slightly vast and unhurried. It was like a divine bell had been struck, and it reverberated through this expanse of space for a long time. It shocked Lin Tian and Baiziki to the point of trembling, while their expressions instantly turned grim, and they turned their heads to look ahead. There, on the ground line, a light shadow appeared, and in an instant it arrived in front of the two of them. This was an old man with extremely deep eyes, completely condensed from light. With the appearance of this old man, this turbulent space actually slowly calmed down, which shocked Baiziki and Lin Tian. This old man was extremely terrifying, but in the next moment, Baiziki's expression changed. "Ancestor." As the holy son of the Bai family, Baiziki had naturally seen the painting of the founding ancestor in the family, and the old man in front of him was exactly the same as the founding ancestor in the painting. No, he was even more majestic. Beside him, Lin Tianyi was shocked and looked at the old man in front of him. This old man was actually the founding ancestor of the Bai family. The old man looked at Bai Ziki, and 2 rays of light flashed in his deep old eyes. Among the descendants, there is actually a thunder god king body. Good, good, good. The old man was very happy. Is it really the founding ancestor? Bai Ziki was moved, but he did not greet him. Instead, he frowned, because the other party's state was a bit strange. He did not have a physical body and did not look like a living person. He was more like a ghost. Don't doubt your judgment. I am the founder of the Bai family. The founding ancestor of the Bai family spoke, and his gaze moved away from Bai Ziki to Lin Tian. This descendant is not bad. You are not a descendant of my Bai family. The founding ancestor of the Bai family frowned, and his gaze suddenly fell on the divine painting in front of Lin Tian, and his expression changed. Reincarnation painting! Lin Tian was surprised by the sudden appearance of the old man, but when he heard the last 3 words of the old man, he was surprised. What do you mean? You know it? He did not know what this painting was, but it seemed that the founding ancestor of the Bai family knew it. The founding ancestor of the Bai family was shocked and excited. Reincarnation painting of the monarch region? You are a reincarnated body. When the founding ancestor of the Bai family first appeared, he was very majestic, but now he was shocked and did not have a calm expression. What? Bai Ziki's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression also changed, and he stared at the founding ancestor of the Bai family. Old man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. It's fine if you want to cheat your own descendant, but don't cheat me. I have nothing to do with you, and I don't owe you anything. He is a reincarnated body. If this matter was spread out, the hidden big shots of the second heaven would probably jump out one by one, and there might even be some hidden old monarch body experts. Those monarch body experts hated the reincarnated body so much that their teeth itched. When the time comes, they would swarm him, and he wouldn't even have the chance to cry. He would definitely die without leaving a trace. The founding ancestor of the Bai family stared at Lin Tian as if he was looking at a treasure. His eyes shone brightly, and he couldn't control himself. It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. I am a dead man. I can't be wrong. The founding ancestor of the Bai family said. Lin Tian took a step back with a vigilant look on his face. Bai Ziki frowned and looked at Lin Tian, then at the founding ancestor of his bloodline. After the initial surprise, he didn't doubt the fact that the old man was the Bai family's founding ancestor. This was because the aura of the divine sutra on the old man's body was very shocking. It was a kind of energy fluctuation that resonated with the divine sutra in his body. Originally, he was a little surprised that the progenitor of his bloodline would exist in this space. But now, that surprise was completely overshadowed by the progenitor's words. Lin Tian was actually a reincarnated being. It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. I never thought that one day this old man would be able to see the birth of a reincarnated body. The founding ancestor of the Bai family murmured. The 10 directions, celestial domain, had existed for a very long time. It was rumored that there were a total of 12 king physiques. Among them, the reincarnation physique was the most powerful, but also the most obscure because it had never appeared before. It was the most powerful physique in the 10 directions, celestial domain's history of cultivation deduced by the 9 great celestial venerables. At this moment, the Bai family's founding ancestor couldn't control himself as he stared at Lin Tian. The reincarnated physique, it had never appeared before. After a few dozen breaths, the Bai family's founding ancestor finally calmed down. Glancing at the vigilant Lin Tian and the frowning Bai Ziki, the Bai family's founding ancestor's gaze finally landed on Lin Tian. He said, "The reincarnated physique, only the dead and those who have reached the peak of cultivation can see it. Right now, I'm just a remnant soul in this space. I'm a dead man, so there's no way I'm wrong. Your origin repels all external forces, stabilizes the Ruashian mountain, and contains several different divine colors. It's definitely the origin of the reincarnated physique. The Bai family's founding ancestor raised his hand and pointed at the hazy divine diagram in front of Lin Tian. He continued, "This hazy light diagram is your king's domain, the reincarnated diagram." Bai Ziki frowned. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lin Tian. "Just because you say so?" Lin Tian shook his head. He didn't want to believe this old man's words. The burden of the reincarnated physique was too heavy. The Bai family's founding ancestor stared at Lin Tian and continued, "When I first created this supreme divine domain, I invited a heavenly demon physique to come here and borrow the heavenly demon physique's king's domain. In other words, this supreme divine domain has the power of the king's domain. In a sense, it's equivalent to a small part of the king's domain. But now, this supreme divine domain is sealed by an invisible force, isolated from the outside world. Then, you summoned the divine diagram in your body, and without doing anything, this space began to self-destruct. If it wasn't for the remnant soul I left behind being awakened, this space would have been completely destroyed very soon." Staring at Lin Tian, the Bai family's founding ancestor's eyes flickered with a sharp light. He continued, "In the past, the 9 strongest celestial lords once deduced that once the reincarnated physique appeared, there would be no king physique in the world. From this sentence, you can imagine that the reincarnated physique can restrain all other king physiques. Your existence disturbed the supreme divine domain, and once the divine diagram appeared, it automatically caused this space to self-destruct. And to be able to cause the supreme divine domain that contains the power of the king's domain to self-destruct, only the reincarnated physique, who is also a king physique, can do it. Of course, people whose cultivation bases are far higher than mine can also do it. But did you find me? Now, do you still doubt me?" Lin Tian stared, unable to say a word. Chapter 461. Staring at Lin Tian, Bai Ziki looked a little hostile. The legendary physique really surprised him. "Bai Ziki, what's with that expression? What are you trying to do?" Lin Tiandao, "You hit it well." Bai Ziki said coldly. Lin Tian frowned. "I never hit it. I never knew what physique I had. I always thought that I had a mortal physique." After listening to the analysis of the Bai family's ancestor, coupled with the fact that he could ignore the mystical abilities of the king's territory, he already somewhat believed that he was a reincarnated body. However, Bai Ziki's words made him very displeased. He really didn't know about it before. "Do you think I like being a reincarnated body?" he said. Once outsiders found out that he was a reincarnated body, it would either lead to thousands of forces fighting to rope him in, or lead to countless sects ganging up to kill him, especially those with the king physique. Because of what the 9 celestial venerables said, they would probably want to tear him apart alive. He could still be fearless if he encountered someone with the king physique of the same generation. But if an old king physique jumped out and wanted to kill a reincarnated body that hadn't grown up yet, he would suffer an unprecedented disaster. Be it the former or the latter, he didn't like it. Bai Ziki humphed, and the coldness on his face faded. However, his fighting spirit was even higher as he stared at Lin Tian. "You want to fight with me?" Lin Tian looked at Bai Ziki from the corner of his eyes. "Yes." Bai Ziki didn't hide it at all. Lin Tian humphed. "If you fight with me, aren't you afraid that your sister will be angry and suppress you with me in the future?" "I'm afraid you will be very disappointed. She has always been very interested in suppressing a reincarnated body to carry water and chop firewood. If she knows that you are a reincarnated body, she will definitely join forces with me to suppress you and turn you into a pet to play with." Bai Ziki sneered. Lin Tianling humphed and argued. "Even if she knows I'm a reincarnated being, she still won't do anything to me. I dare say that compared to you, she would be more willing to listen to me." He stared at Baiziki with a provocative expression. Baiziki's expression froze, and his eyes burned with anger. Bai Qiuhuan might actually be more willing to listen to Lin Tian. Bastard. Thinking that his sister would be more willing to listen to an outsider, Baiziki could not help but feel angry. Stupid pig head, Lin Tian cursed. The two of them took a step forward at the same time. Lightning flashed around one of them, while flames intertwined around the other. Can you beat me? You're looking for trouble. Lin Tiandao. In front of them, the Bai clan's ancestor looked at them with interest and said, You two have a good relationship. Who's on good terms with this bastard? Who has a good relationship with this stupid pig head? The two of them spoke in unison. As they spoke, they glared at each other. The Bai clan's ancestor smiled and raised his hand, separating the two of them. Then he looked at Lin Tian and said, Although you have the reincarnation physique, you don't know about it. Moreover, judging from your reaction, no one outside knows about your physique. I'm curious, you're not a descendant of the Bai clan. So why did you barge into the supreme divine territory? This is a training ground that I prepared for my descendants. Only members of the Bai clan are allowed to enter. The Bai clan shouldn't have let an outsider like you in. I fought my way in. Lin Tiandao. Looking at the Bai clan's ancestor's attitude, he felt that the Bai clan's ancestor was quite easy to talk to. Therefore, he did not take it to heart and simply explained what happened. Because he was extremely displeased, he was not the slightest bit courteous before the Bai family's primogenitor. He mocked all the grand characters of the Bai family's current generation, causing Baiziki's expression to become somewhat unsightly. The Bai clan's ancestor was moved, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Good, good, good. I didn't expect that in this generation, my Bai clan would have two imperial physiques. One is the thunder god physique, and the other is the lunar imperial physique. The heavens are really blessing my Bai clan. How could the Bai clan's ancestor not be happy when he had two imperial physiques in his clan? Is that what you want to say? Lin Tianling smiled. The Bai clan's ancestor was stunned for a moment, then calmed down. The Bai clan's ancestor did not mind Lin Tian's rude words. He smiled faintly and said, Young man, how is your relationship with the descendant of the lunar imperial physique? Friends. Lin Tiandao. Just friends. The Bai clan's ancestor narrowed his eyes. Lin Tian frowned. What are you trying to say? The Bai clan's ancestor shook his head and did not answer. He smiled faintly and asked, What do you want the outcome of this matter to be? Of course, the Bai clan will no longer interfere with her personal freedom. At least, not when it comes to marriage. Lin Tiandao. All right, I'll give them the order. The Bai clan's ancestor nodded. Hearing this, Lin Tian and Baiziki were both shocked. Lin Tian opened his mouth and said, You're now. He had the same thought as Baiziki. The Bai clan's ancestor did not look like a human at all. How could he give orders? As if he knew what the two of them were thinking. The Bai clan's ancestor said, You might think that my current state is a bit strange, so you're confused. That's normal. Although I've said it before, I'll explain it now. This is a remnant soul that I left behind. A remnant soul is the incomplete body of a person's soul after death. Staring at the two of them, the Bai clan's ancestor continued, In this state, I can leave this space and temporarily manifest. However, it can only last for 6 hours at most. After 6 hours, this remnant soul will automatically disintegrate and disappear into the world. Lin Tian and Baiziki immediately understood. So that's how it was. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. With the Bai clan's ancestor's remnant soul, Bai Qiu's matter could be settled peacefully. Ancestor, later, won't you? Baiziki frowned. The Bai clan's ancestor shook his head. He's already dead. There's no need to worry about it. Since he's already been awakened, it's only a matter of time before he disappears. As he spoke, the Bai clan's ancestor looked at Lin Tian and narrowed his eyes. It seems that you have a very close relationship with my descendant of the extreme Een physique. Otherwise, you wouldn't have barged into my by clan alone. I'll make the decision to reject the marriage between her and the extreme Yang physique and betroth her to you. What do you think? Lin Tian, he opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. On the other side, Baiziki frowned but did not say anything. Forget it. You young people make your own decisions. If you have the heart, you'll definitely be together in the end. The Bai clan's ancestor shook his head and stared at Lin Tian. He opened his mouth again and asked, "Is there anything else I can help you with?" Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. "Anything. I'll do my best." The Bai clan's ancestors' words were simple. Lin Tian nodded and said, "I want to go to the first heavenly domain. However, I heard that there are some problems with the space-time portal in the first heavenly domain. Without reaching the immortal realm, it's impossible to pass through safely. Can you help me go to the first heavenly domain?" "You want to go to the first heavenly domain?" The Bai clan's ancestor was a little surprised. Beside him, Baiziki was also puzzled. He stared at Lin Tian in confusion. Cultivators usually went to the higher heavenly domains. However, Lin Tian wanted to go to the first heavenly domain. This was very strange. "I want to go to the first heavenly domain," Lin Tian said seriously. He had been away from the first heavenly domain for too long. He missed Lin Shi, Jiu, and Sushu very much. He wanted to return to the first heavenly domain immediately. Although the Bai clan's ancestor was puzzled, he nodded. "After ending the descendant of the extreme Een body, I'll turn this remnant soul into pure energy and enter your body. This will protect your lifeline. It should be able to support you to go to and from the first heavenly domain and the second heavenly domain," the Bai clan's ancestor said. Hearing the Bai clan's ancestors' words, Baiziki frowned. Lin Tian was also slightly surprised. This Bai clan's ancestor was too enthusiastic. He was actually willing to burn a remnant soul for him. "Why are you helping me so much?" he asked. He was not a descendant of the Bai clan. Moreover, he had forcefully entered the Bai clan from the outside. However, the Bai clan's ancestor did not care at all. He even took the initiative to help him solve various problems and promised him everything. This made him frown slightly. "Because you're a reincarnated body. As long as there are no accidents, you can definitely enter the chaotic realm. Perhaps you can even break through the eternal barrier that no one has ever broken through. Enter the 10th heavenly domain and achieve eternal life." The Bai clan's ancestor was very direct. He did not hide his purpose at all. His eyes were shining brightly. "I'll form a good relationship with you. In the future, if my Bai clan is in trouble, I believe that you will not stand by and do nothing. You will definitely help." Lin Tian thought about it and nodded. "That's good." The Bai clan's ancestor smiled satisfactorily. "Oh, right." Lin Tian suddenly spoke. He looked at the Bai clan's ancestor with some doubt. "When you opened up this supreme divine region, you killed too many powerful descendants. Why did you set up this place to be so terrifying? Is it just to train the descendants? Although the effect of training the Bai clan members here is indeed heaven-defying, the degree of danger inside is also very shocking. From the beginning until now, not a single person has made it through alive." He stared at Baiziki, who was covered in blood. Thinking about what happened before, he really could not help but want to ask this Bai clan's ancestor. Hearing Lin Tian's question, Baiziki also looked over. The Bai clan's ancestor smiled bitterly and sighed. He then shook his head. "Cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. For these two, if you advance one step forward, you'll be able to open up the sea and open the sky. If you retreat one step, the boat will be destroyed and the people will die, falling into the abyss. In the depths of this space, there is something that I left behind. However, the clansmen must systematically comprehend all the secret techniques in the supreme divine scripture to a certain level in one go before they can open it. And this person must be below the great virtue realm. Otherwise, even if they make it through the supreme divine region, they will not be able to obtain that thing. In my later years, I burned my origin to reach the enlightenment realm. I opened up this space and imprinted all the martial skills and secret techniques in the supreme divine scripture in order to allow the clansmen to systematically comprehend all the techniques in the supreme divine scripture to a profound level. And the path of retreat is to allow the clansmen who enter here to comprehend all the martial skills and secret techniques to a profound level in one go. Otherwise, if they enter here intermittently, they won't be able to obtain that thing. The Bai clan's ancestor said. Hearing that, Baiziki frowned slightly. What thing is it? Why are the requirements so strict? Lin Tian asked. P.S. There are some things that I really want to say. Today, the Lu Sun Literature Academy organized a trip to the National Theater to watch a play. When they returned, it was already 11:30 p.m. Together with many colleagues, everyone was chatting and laughing, discussing what to do when they returned. Everyone said that they would take a hot shower and then sleep. The dragon faintly replied that he would take a hot shower, then write his story and then sleep. Everyone was surprised, because they had to wake up at 6:00 the next morning to go to Tianjin for a conference. The schedule was very tight. If they did not sleep, the next day would probably be very difficult. A friend advised the dragon to stop writing. His body was more important, so he should go back and sleep first. He had to wake up early the next morning. If that didn't work, he could just stop writing for a day. The dragon smiled and shook his head, saying that he could just buy a few cans of Red Bull. It would be fine. After getting out of the car, the dragon indeed went to buy 3 cans of Red Bull. When he came back, he took a shower and was ready to write his story. Because before writing, the dragon was used to looking at the various book review sections, Teba, and so on. Then, sadly, he found that he was very helpless. On Teba, he was very impolitely scolded by people. In fact, there were people who scolded the dragon in the past, but they did not scold him so harshly or disgustingly. The Teba was almost exclusively pirated and did not cost money to subscribe. The dragon had never cared about this. He also took the initiative to interact with the Teba friends. As for the other readers who did not subscribe, the dragon had no objections. He often silently looked at the book reviews in various places. Some readers' comments and doubts were left by the dragon, and the dragon would explain some of them in his story. For example, a friend who was not reading in Zhongheng University asked why the black dragon could not transform. The Dragon Empress also explained at the end of the story. The dragon always felt that people should subscribe if they had the ability. If they did not have the ability or were not willing to subscribe, it was fine. These things could not be forced. However, the dragon begged, "Please don't scold me," or "Please don't scold me," so harshly, like how many barrels of shit the author ate. How many barrels of shit the author ate. How many barrels of shit the author ate. These were tolerable. But when the word mother was mentioned, the dragon really wanted to beat someone up. My family was scolded because I wrote a novel. To the person who scolded me, I want to say I don't owe you anything. You read my novel for free on Teba. If you don't like it or don't like it, you can just abandon it. There's no need to scold me, and you shouldn't have scolded the word mother. Although you used a homophone, no one would not understand the meaning of the word mother. At this point, the dragon felt very depressed. He could tolerate being scolded, but when he saw his family being scolded, and it involved his great mother, he was really angry and did not have the mood to write anymore. However, in the end, he endured the depression and wrote in the end. This was because the dragon still had many readers who subscribed to his novel, and the dragon was responsible for them. Chapter 462. Lin Tian was a little curious. Just what kind of things were left behind in this space that made it so tightly guarded? The ancestor shook his head. You'll know in the future. He looked at Baiziki and said, this time, after leaving this space, no one in the clan is allowed to enter again. When you reach the immortal connecting realm or the peak of the Zephyr realm, you are allowed to enter again. You have the Thunder God King physique, and your talent is also very strong. If it's you, it shouldn't be a problem. The bi-family primogenitor's wisp of remnant soul had always been in a deep slumber. Now, because the supreme divine domain was heading towards self-destruction under Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram, he was startled awake. Back then, I left behind a wisp of remnant soul to seal within, so that when someone completely comprehended all of the techniques, after passing through all of the techniques, I could help that person better control that thing. Because I've been sleeping, I didn't know that someone had died in the divine realm. He sighed slightly, and his gaze fell on Baiziki again. He was very satisfied. However, it seems that I won't need this remnant soul anymore. As long as you can pass all the divine forms, you'll be able to control that thing very well. You won't need my help. Baiziki frowned. He was still very confused. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Lin Tian was very direct. Why can't you directly pass down the things you left behind? Some things can't be directly passed down. Moreover, I only refined half of that thing. The ancestor said. Lin Tian was puzzled. He wanted to ask more, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. This was the Bai clan's business, and it had nothing to do with him. Now, shall we go out? He asked the ancestor. The ancestor nodded and smiled. Then let's go out. If we delay too long, I'm really worried that 90% of the descendants will lose their ability to cultivate. If that's really the case, the Bai clan will face a disaster. At this time outside the Bai clan, it had been 4 days since Lin Tian entered the divine realm. Everyone in the Bai clan was very anxious, and their expressions were extremely ugly. It's been 4 days, but the ancestor still can't open the divine realm. My true essence is getting thinner and thinner. What should we do? Are we really going to be crippled? All the Bai family disciples were terrified. Don't worry, the old ancestor is thinking of a way. He will be able to open it, soon to find the antidote. You will all be fine. One of the Bai clan's grand elders said, trying to calm the emotions of the Bai clan's disciples. In the sky, the Bai clan's great Tao realm old ancestor of this generation released his divine sense and circled around the Bai clan several times. However, it was a pity that he still couldn't sense the existence of the supreme divine region. He was unable to open the door to the supreme divine region. His countenance was extremely grim as he felt extremely anxious. Lin Tian had entered, carrying the cultivation lifeline of 90% of the clan's cultivators. Baiziki had entered for the sake of his bloodline's thunder god physique, as well as the Bai clan's holy son. If anything were to happen to the two of them, the Bai clan would truly be finished. Damn it! Elder Ancestor Bai cursed in a low voice. For the first time, the ancestor of the Bai clan felt a deep sense of regret. If he hadn't forced Bai Qiu to marry the Li clan son physique, he wouldn't have provoked Baiziki's dissatisfaction. Lin Tian wouldn't have come knocking on his door, and the current situation wouldn't have happened. Boom! Resplendent, divine light surged. The ancestor of the Bai clan activated even more divine sense, using all his strength to search for the door to the supreme divine region. Below, the Bai clan's clan head and several grand elders secretly clenched their fists, all of them extremely anxious. If the supreme divine region couldn't be opened within 7 days, 90% of the Bai clan's cultivators would be crippled. The Li clan's clan head said to the Bai clan's clan head, "Brother Zai, don't worry too much. Your clan's old ancestor Bai has a profound cultivation base. I believe he will be able to open the supreme divine region very soon and capture that scoundrel. He will also be able to ensure the safety of your clan's thunder god physique." As he said this, an imperceptible light flashed across the Li clan's clan head's eyes. If Lin Tian didn't come out within 7 days, 90% of the Bai clan's cultivators would be crippled. This was a great thing for the Li clan. Once that happened, the Bai clan would even beg for a marriage alliance with the Li clan. The Li clan would have the absolute initiative and could even take the opportunity to annex the Bai clan. The Li clan's clan head laughed sinisterly in his heart. He only thought that Lin Tian wouldn't come out within 7 days. It would be best if he died together with Bai Ziki. Moreover, he also believed that now that the Supreme Divine Region had a problem, Lin Tian definitely wouldn't be able to come out within 7 days. There was a 100% chance that he would die together with Bai Ziki. This was because he had heard of how terrifying the Supreme Divine Region was. It had killed many of the Bai clan's peak stage cultivators. At this moment, the Supreme Divine Region was sealed. Even the Bai clan's great Dao realm cultivators couldn't open it. So how could those 2 people come out? If time slowly passed like this, no matter how powerful and stunning those 2 people were, they would definitely die in the end. Crack! Right at this moment, in the depths of the Bai clan, a crisp sound rang out. The void suddenly split open, and 2 figures stepped out at the same time. They were none other than Lin Tian and Bai Ziki. The Li clan's clan head's expression instantly changed. Previously, he was still thinking that Lin Tian and Bai Ziki would definitely die in the Supreme Divine Region. Yet, unexpectedly, these 2 people actually barged out from that Supreme Divine Region in the blink of an eye. This made him wear an expression of disbelief. Even the Bai clan's great Dao realm cultivators couldn't open a space, yet these 2 people actually walked out from this space, just like that. Lin Tian, Ziki, all the major characters of the Bai clan couldn't help but call out. Lin Tian's appearance meant that 90% of the cultivators of the Bai clan still had a chance to continue cultivating. At this moment, when they looked at Lin Tian again, these major characters of the Bai clan actually suddenly felt that Lin Tian was more pleasing to the eye. As for Bai Ziki's appearance, the major characters of the Bai clan were naturally even happier. This was their lineage's Thunder God King physique. The Bai clan's clan head personally went up to welcome him, and heaved a long sigh of relief. It's good that you're out. The Bai clan's great Dao realm cultivators of this generation also heaved a sigh of relief. They walked towards Lin Tian, wanting to ask him something. At this moment, these major characters of the Bai clan were even pleasantly surprised. They weren't even surprised that Lin Tian and Bai Ziki could actually fight their way out of that Supreme Divine Region. Right now, they only knew that their lineage's Thunder God physique was safe and sound, and those ordinary disciples of their lineage had the possibility of obtaining the antidote and still having a chance to continue cultivating. There was still room for reconciliation. Lin Tian walked out. His gaze was calm as he swept a glance over the members of the Bai clan. Ziki stepped back a little. The Bai clan's patriarch spoke. He stared at Lin Tian and said, "Young man, we..." Right at this moment, behind Lin Tian, a slightly illusory figure walked out from the void door that was broken open. Instantly, the Bai clan's great Dao realm patriarch's expression changed. At the same time, the other major characters of the Bai clan and some powerful disciples of the Bai clan were also shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. This is progenitor. Everyone from the Bai clan was stunned. The figure that walked out from behind Lin Tian resembled the founding ancestor of the Bai clan. How can this be? Progenitor, he should be dead. But now, moreover, he is standing together with that Lin Tian. And the saint is also standing with Lin Tiani. Someone was shocked. The Bai clan's patriarch looked at Bai Ziki as if asking for an answer. It's progenitor. Bai Ziki's words were simple. As soon as these words came out, the major characters of the Bai clan were once again moved. The Bai clan's progenitor swept his gaze across everyone in the Bai clan. His gaze landed on the Bai clan's great Dao realm expert of this generation. Any questions? The Bai clan's great Dao realm expert of this generation was called Bai Mabai. When he heard the Bai clan's progenitor's words, he instantly trembled. "Greetings, progenitor." Bai Mabai hurriedly bowed. At this moment, the godly sutra in his body was buzzing. resonating with the Bai clan's progenitor. In addition, he had seen the portrait of the Bai clan's progenitor before. When he heard Bai Ziki's affirmative words, how could he still have any doubts? At this moment, he was both excited and excited. He never thought that he would be able to see the founding ancestor of his bloodline. Greetings, progenitor! Everyone from the Bai clan bowed deeply, their faces filled with surprise and joy. Of course, during this process, the Bai clan's great Dao realm progenitor and some of the major characters of the Bai clan were secretly frowning in their hearts. This was because they could see that the Bai clan's progenitor was in a remnant soul state and not a living person. Moreover, their progenitor was actually standing beside Lin Tian at this moment. It seemed that their relationship was quite good, as if they were friends despite the difference in age. One had to know that Lin Tian was the enemy of their Bai clan bloodline. The Li clan leader stared at the Bai clan's progenitor, and his expression changed again and again. How is this possible? This is a remnant soul. Staring at the Bai clan's progenitor, the Li clan leader saw the current state of the Bai clan's progenitor. However, even so, he was still surprised. He never thought that the founding ancestor of the Bai clan actually still had a remnant soul in this world. Li Guhuang's eyes were bright, and there was a strong fighting spirit circulating as he stared at Lin Tian. For days had passed, and the injuries left behind by the battle between him and Lin Tianyi had completely healed. His eyes were as oppressive as divine swords and were extremely sharp. Humph! Lin Tianling smiled and met Li Guhuang's gaze. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely dense. The Bai clan's progenitor's gaze swept over, following Lin Tian's gaze and landing on Li Guhuang. In an instant, a glint flashed across the Bai clan's progenitor's eyes. However, he quickly calmed down. Greetings, senior. The Li clan leader bowed. Although he could see that the Bai clan's progenitor was now just a remnant soul and would dissipate soon, he dared not be careless. After all, the Bai clan's progenitor was an expert from the ancient era. It was said that he might have reached the enlightenment realm in his later years. Such an expert, even if it was just a remnant soul, had extremely terrifying means. He dared not be disrespectful. The Bai clan's progenitor nodded and looked at the Li clan leader. He smiled and said, "There are some things that I already know. This time, I have troubled the Li clan leader to come to my clan. I feel that it's better for the descendants to decide on their own marriage. I heard that my descendant seems to be unwilling to marry, so I think we should just forget about this marriage." The Li clan leader's expression changed as soon as he heard that. At the same time, some of the big shots and ordinary disciples of the Bai clan were shocked. "Progenitor, you can't. That young man from the Li clan is—" Bai Mabai said anxiously. The Bai clan's progenitor turned his head and glanced at Bai Mabai indifferently. Immediately, the latter trembled and did not dare to speak any more. "Senior Bai, my son has the Sun King physique," the Li clan leader spoke. However, he was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. "It has nothing to do with the physique. Let's forget about the marriage. I apologize on behalf of the Bai clan." Chapter 463. Everyone was stunned. They never thought that things would take such a drastic turn. A wisp of the Bai clan's ancestors' soul walked out from the supreme divine territory and stood with Lin Tian. He actually wanted to reject the marriage between the Bai clan and the Li clan. Pin Booknet. "Senior Bai, you may not know, but my son has the sun physique and your descendant is, I know." The Li clan leader's words were once again interrupted by the Bai clan's ancestor. "Father, let's go." Li Guhuang spoke. He was a young paragon with the Sun King physique, known as the number one of his generation. Naturally, he had his own dignity. He didn't care about the so-called marriage, but now he naturally didn't want to stay and be humiliated. "You want to leave." A cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and he took a step forward. He wanted to kill Li Guhuang. At this moment, a hand reached out from the side. the Bai clan's ancestor, stopped Lin Tian. This was his Bai clan, and the Li clan came for the marriage. If Lin Tian killed the Sun physique in the Bai clan, it would directly provoke a battle to the death between the two clans. At that time, who knew how many descendants would die? He, the Bai clan's ancestor, naturally wouldn't let such a thing happen. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks. Obviously, he knew what the Bai clan's ancestor was thinking. The Bai clan's ancestor looked at a big shot of the Bai clan and said, "Send the guests out." The big shots of the Bai clan's expression froze, and they all hesitated. The Li clan leader's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with anger. This was humiliation. "Let's go." With a flick of his sleeve, the Li clan leader directly walked out of the Bai clan. Li Guhuang glanced coldly at Lin Tian, his eyes like a murderous sword. "I'll remember you. The next time we meet, I'll chop off your head." Lin Tian's words were simple. Staring at Li Guhuang, his words were sonorous, and his aura was extremely strong, causing the Bai clan's disciples to tremble. "Send the guests out." The Bai clan's ancestor's voice sounded again, and it was still the same two words. Some of the big shots of the Bai clan had no choice but to step out and politely sent the Li and Li clan's father and son out. At this time, in this place, everyone was staring at the Bai clan progenitor. Bai family's first ancestor looked at Bai Ma Bai, then at the grand elders and Bai family's head. He said, "To the Wushan palace of the family." Then he turned to Lin Tian and Bai Ziki, "You too follow me." The No-God Palace was an extremely important palace in the Bai clan. Ordinary people did not have the qualifications to enter. Only important guests would enter the No-God Palace. Primogenitor, that is a very important place. Bai Mo Bai said, glancing at Lin Tian. Not only him. At this moment, the other big shots of the Bai clan were also staring at Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian was an outsider, an enemy of their entire clan. At this time, they were actually a little confused. They didn't know what had happened in the supreme divine domain, and they didn't understand why their ancestor was so friendly to Lin Tian. "Do as I say." The Bai clan's ancestor said calmly. Bai Mo Bai trembled, but he could only nod and say, "Yes." Although he was in the great virtue realm, the Bai clan's ancestor had reached the enlightenment realm in his later years and was extremely powerful. Although the Bai clan's ancestor was only a remnant soul now, his aura was still very terrifying. In addition, he was an ancestor of the Bai clan, so he was even more respectful. The Bai clan's ancestor walked in front, while Lin Tian and Bai Ziki followed behind him, walking towards the center of the Bai clan. The Bai clan's head looked at Lin Tian with a complicated expression, then followed by Mo Bai and the others slowly. Soon, the group disappeared in front of them. The marriage alliance is over just like that. The primogenitor actually, many disciples of the Bai clan muttered. Soon, some people recovered from the shock, and their expressions changed again. They were extremely anxious. Where's our antidote? Yes, Lin Tian, he won't leave, right? Many people shouted. For a moment, the scene became chaotic again. Fortunately, there were other important figures of the Bai clan here, and the situation was quickly stabilized. Don't worry, the patriarch won't forget about this. He will definitely get the antidote. A powerhouse who had reached the immortal realm spoke with a strange look in his eyes. Moreover, judging from the primogenitor's attitude towards Lin Tian, it will be very easy to get the antidote in the future. The Wushan Palace was built with star stones, and it contained starlight and abundant spirit qi. How many years has it been? Looking at the palace, the Bai clan's ancestor sighed. He had built this place single-handedly, and the last time he came here was thousands of years ago. Today, thousands of years later, he came here again, but he was already dead and would soon dissipate. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki stood at the side and did not say anything. Bai Mo Bai and some other important figures of the Bai clan stood further away with respectful expressions, but they did not say anything. Soon, dozens of breaths passed. The Bai clan's ancestor finally turned around and looked at the important figures of the Bai clan. There are two things. Listen carefully. Please speak, Primogenita. With Bai as the leader, the important figures of the Bai clan suddenly looked serious and looked at the Bai clan's ancestor seriously. The Bai clan's ancestor said, "First, from now on, you are not allowed to discuss the marriage with the Sun King physique of the Li clan. This matter is completely dropped, and no one is allowed to mention it again. In the future, you are not allowed to interfere with the freedom of the Sun King physique. Of course, I'm talking about the important matters of her life. In other matters, you still have to discipline her as usual. After all, she is a junior." Although the Bai clan's ancestor had already rejected the marriage and asked someone to send the father and son of the Li clan away, Bai and the other Taishang elders still had strange expressions on their faces when they heard this. They were very confused. The union of the Sun King physique and the Sun King physique could increase their clan's strength greatly in the future. Why did the Bai clan's ancestor reject the marriage? The Bai clan's leader let out a long sigh of relief. As Bai Chio's father, how could he force his daughter to marry someone she didn't like? However, everyone else in the clan had the same opinion. As the leader of the Bai clan, he had to consider the clan's future. Now that the Bai clan's ancestor had said this personally, no one dared to disobey or force Bai Chio anymore. As her father, he was naturally happy. It was as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. The Bai clan's ancestor looked at everyone and said, "Do you understand?" Bai and the others sighed in their hearts, but in the end, they all nodded heavily and said, "Understood." This was the request of their clan's ancestor. As the descendants, how could they dare to disobey? The Bai clan's ancestor nodded and pointed at Lin Tian. He said, "The second thing is that the grudges between the Bai clan and him will be resolved. Speaking of which, the fault lies with you first. Of course, he is also at fault. So the two matters are resolved peacefully." Then, the Bai clan's ancestor's eyes flashed. He said, "From now on, I want you to stand behind him. If he needs anything, do everything you can to satisfy him. If anyone wants to harm him, stand out and protect him." What? Hearing this, Bai and the others' expressions changed. "Ancestor, he's just an outsider, and why do you want us to stand behind him and protect him? Ancestor, why? Please let us know." A supreme elder said, Lin Tian had openly attacked the Bai clan, causing the Bai clan to lose face. However, the Bai clan's ancestor said something like this at this time, which confused everyone. They knew that the ancestor of their clan wouldn't make such a request for no reason. There must be a reason. However, they didn't know what the reason was, and they wanted to know. "You don't need to know. Just do as I say. You just need to know that I'm doing this for the good of the clan," the Bai clan's ancestor said. The Bai clan's ancestor naturally knew about the importance of the reincarnation body. Therefore, even to the core members of his clan, he didn't say anything. He only asked the clan to do everything possible to support Lin Tian, as a way to protect Lin Tian's cultivation. As long as Lin Tian achieved the great achievement of the reincarnation body, he would be invincible in the world. The Bai clan could also rely on the power of the reincarnation body to become stronger day by day. It wouldn't be a problem for them to become 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times stronger. But ancestor, Bai and the others frowned. The Bai clan's patriarch was a little surprised. He stared at Lin Tian, and his expression changed again. After that, the Bai clan's patriarch looked at his eldest son, Bai Ziki, and found that Bai Ziki's expression didn't change. He wasn't surprised by the Bai clan's ancestor's request at all. It was as if he already knew about it. This made the Bai clan's patriarch even more surprised. What happened in the past few days in the divine region? How did things turn out like this? Hearing the second request of the Bai clan's patriarch, Lin Tian was a little surprised. However, he quickly returned to normal. He naturally knew what the Bai clan's patriarch was thinking about. He bowed slightly to the Bai clan's patriarch and said, "Senior, you don't have to do this." In the end, you have to rely on yourself in the path of cultivation. Although the flowers in the greenhouse look bright, it's difficult for them to experience the hardships of the outside world. I'll walk my own path. It'll be better and steadier if I walk it myself. Hearing this, Bai Mo Bai and the others' expressions changed again. They instinctively resisted the second request of the Bai clan's patriarch. They didn't expect that Lin Tian, who was supposed to benefit from it, would directly reject it. This made them feel a little surprised. Of course, it also made them feel even more uncomfortable. After all, they were an ancient aristocratic family. Many people were begging for their protection. However, this person in front of them didn't care at all. The Bai clan's patriarch's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, "Not bad, you're bold." Then he added, "However, on the path of cultivation, sometimes it's good to have a helping hand. It'll save you a lot of trouble. In short, it's all up to you. If you need anything in the future, just come to the Bai clan and ask. You don't have to be polite to them." Lin Tian nodded. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in his eyes. The corner of his lips curled up, and he said, "Any request?" The Bai clan's patriarch was a little confused when he saw Lin Tian's expression. However, he still nodded and said, "Of course, any request is fine." Although the Bai clan's patriarch had only known Lin Tian for a short period of time, he had lived for a long time. He knew how to judge people very well. He wasn't worried that Lin Tian would make any unreasonable requests. "All right, I'll ask now. Is that okay?" Lin Tian asked. "Of course," the Bai clan's patriarch affirmed again. Chapter 464. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Bai Mabai and the rest of the Bai family's big shots' faces turned green. "What did you say?" "No, we don't agree." Asking the old men of the Bai family to step out of the family to invite a 16-year-old girl back to the family. Where could they put their faces? Bai Ziki's eyes flashed. He did not expect Lin Tian to make such a request, but he was happy to see it. Lin Tian did not say anything, but he tilted his head and looked at Bai family's first ancestor. "Do as he says." Bai family's first ancestor smiled. Although Bai family's first ancestor felt that Lin Tian's request hurt the dignity of Bai Mabai and the rest, it was not a big deal. After all, the person he wanted to invite was the little princess of his bloodline. It was not a big deal. It was not too much. Bai Mabai and the rest did not look good. They glared at Lin Tian. Bai family's patriarch smiled bitterly. Lin Tian's request was like a slap to their faces. He wanted to avenge his little daughter. "All right, it's decided. You guys can go later," Bai family's first ancestor said. "First ancestor, we can't, this, she's a junior, we're old. We can't do this." The Bai family's big shots looked terrible. They looked like they had swallowed a fly. "Do as I say," Bai family's first ancestor said lightly. Although Bai Mabai and the rest were unwilling, they could not refute Bai family's first ancestor's insistence. They could only nod with a pale face. "First ancestor, all of our ordinary disciples are poisoned by his rising adversity pill. Please ask him to give us the antidote," Bai Mabai said. Staring at Lin Tian, Bai Mabai gritted his teeth. Bai family's first ancestor nodded and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian understood and did not say anything. He took out 10 small jade bottles and threw them to Bai Mo Bai, "One for each of you." After refining the rising adversity pill, before he came to the Bai family, he also found time to refine the antidote. This kind of antidote was not troublesome to refine. With his cultivation as a level 5 alchemist, it only took him a few hours to refine many antidotes. After receiving the antidote, Bai Mabai was finally relieved. With that, the disciples of the Bai clan were finally safe. "Primogenitor, should I distribute the antidote first?" Bai Mabai said. "Of course." The Bai clan's first ancestor nodded. He looked at Bai Ziki and said, "You and the others should leave the godless temple first. I have something to discuss with him in private. Remember what I told you before. The Bai family will have to rely on you in the future." A bright light flashed in by Ziki's eyes. He seemed to have understood something. After glancing at Lin Tianyi, he nodded heavily. He took a step back and bowed to the Bai clan's first ancestor. Then he slowly left the godless temple. The Bai clan's patriarch and the other supreme elders were stunned. They looked at Bai Ziki's actions with a strange expression. You all should leave too. Don't let anyone disturb us here. The Bai clan's first ancestor said. Yes. The Bai clan's big shots nodded and left respectfully. Soon, the group was far away from the godless temple. Ziki, Bai Mabai called out to Bai Ziki and asked, What happened in the godless domain? Why is the first ancestor's attitude towards that young man so strange? Yes, it's strange. One of the supreme elders said. The Bai clan's big shots gathered around. The Bai clan's patriarch also asked, wanting to know the reason. Bai Ziki's face was calm as he said, I don't know. You don't know? How is that possible? You came out with him and walked out with him. You should know. The Bai clan's big shots frowned. I don't know. Bai Ziki's words were simple, just like before. Lin Tian was a reincarnated body. This matter was very important. He knew very well that he couldn't tell the Bai clan about it. Although he knew that the Bai clan's people would be very happy if he told them, it wasn't a big deal. He couldn't reveal this matter. The door of the godless temple was closed. At this moment, only the Bai clan's patriarch and Lin Tian were left in the temple. The Bai clan's patriarch looked at Lin Tian and said, I still want to ask you a question. Do you have feelings for my descendant? Lin Tianyi was stunned. He didn't expect the Bai clan's patriarch to be so direct. It will disappear completely. So, there's no need to beat around the bush. The Bai clan's patriarch said with a smile. Lin Tian was silent. If it was about feelings after being together for so long, it was impossible for him to not have feelings. He stared at the Bai clan's patriarch, but he paused and said, I already have a lover. The Bai clan's patriarch was taken aback. He then smiled and said, So what? A good man naturally has many lovers. This is a very normal thing. Which of the masters of the great factions doesn't have many wives and concubines? There's no need to care about this. In the world of cultivators, it was very common for men to be together with beauties. However, Lin Tian hesitated on this point. This meant that he was not a child's play and was very cautious. This made the Bai clan's ancestor slightly surprised. Of course, he was also very satisfied. This was enough to show that Lin Tian was a very sentimental person. It was definitely a good thing for his descendants to follow such a person. Lin Tian was speechless and rolled his eyes. The Bai clan ancestor said, From what you said to Ziki, I can see that the descendant of my extreme physique has taken a liking to you. Since you have feelings for her, then don't worry too much about this. It's not a big deal. In the world of cultivators, this is all too normal. Seize this opportunity and don't leave any regrets in your life. Lin Tian was even more speechless. What did he mean by took a liking to you? It didn't sound good. He was a man. The Bai clan's patriarch seemed to know what Lin Tian was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, Don't mind it too much. Then he looked at Lin Tian and said again, To be honest, this old man still doesn't quite understand why you went to the first layer of heaven. Lin Tian opened his mouth, wondering if he should say it. If it's inconvenient, then pretend this old man didn't say anything. The Bai clan's patriarch smiled. Lin Tian shook his head and said, I came from the first layer of heaven. My sister and lover are in the first layer of heaven. I've been away for too long and wanted to go back and take a look. The Bai clan's patriarch was now a remnant soul and would dissipate soon. Moreover, the Bai clan's patriarch treated him well and would not harm him. Moreover, he still needed the Bai clan's patriarch's help. If he deliberately hid things from the Bai clan's patriarch, he would feel embarrassed. Oh, you came from the first layer of heaven. Didn't the first layer of heaven have some problems? The Bai clan's patriarch was puzzled. When I came here, I had the help of an expert to block the destructive power of the first layer of heaven. Lin Tian said. Of course, he didn't say who the expert was. I see. The Bai clan's patriarch nodded and looked at Lin Tian with satisfaction. You always think of your family and lover. Very good. Very good. My remnant, soul, won't be able to hold on for long. Being able to transform into pure soul energy to protect you between the first heaven and the second heaven before dissipating can be considered a good thing. My dissipation is very valuable. Lin Tian was stunned and bowed seriously. Thank you, Senior. No need to thank me. This is an equivalent exchange. I will help you now, and in the future, when your king body reaches the great accomplishment stage, you will protect my descendants. The Bai clan's patriarch shook his head. I still have to thank you, Lin Tian said seriously, although the Bai clan's patriarch's remnant soul would dissipate soon. He also knew that the Bai clan's patriarch wanted to pressure him. The Bai clan's patriarch valued him as a reincarnation body. However, he still had to thank him. The Bai clan's patriarch nodded and glanced at the godless temple. Looking around, the Bai clan's patriarch was silent for dozens of breaths, feeling everything here. It's about time. Get ready, the Bai clan's patriarch said. Lin Tian naturally knew what the Bai clan's patriarch was going to do. He nodded and stood quietly in place. The Bai clan's patriarch's remnant soul began to glow, gradually becoming brighter and brighter. An extremely powerful energy surged out. One day I will be able to see the birth of a reincarnation body. As a cultivator, I am even luckier than the 9 heavenly lords. Staring at Lin Tian, the Bai clan's patriarch laughed and said, I hope you will reach the great accomplishment stage soon and break through to the 10th heaven. The Bai clan's patriarch's remnant soul became even more dazzling. Thank you, Senior. If the Bai clan needs help in the future, whether this junior has a great accomplishment or not, I will not stand by and do my best to help. Lin Tian said seriously. Good, good, good. With your words, everything is enough. The Bai clan's patriarch nodded. With a bang, the Supreme Temple was completely shrouded in light. In the end, all the light condensed into one, turning into the purest light that shot straight into Lin Tian's abdomen and disappeared. This was the pure soul power of the Bai clan's patriarch. It could temporarily be stored in Lin Tian's body, and it could help Lin Tian pass through the first heaven's space-time gate twice in the future. The light in the temple intertwined for a dozen breaths before completely dissipating. The light on Lin Tian's body faded, and a moment later it returned to normal. At this time he clearly felt that there was an additional power in his body, lingering around his abdomen like a light shield, protecting his life source. It was also at this time that the Bai clan's patriarch's consciousness completely dissipated. Thank you, Lin Tian said silently in his heart. Returning to the first heaven was too important for him now. He paused in the temple, then pushed open the door and walked out. Not far away, Baiziki stood silently, looking in this direction. At the same time, there were other important figures of the Bai clan beside him. Previously, the Bai clan's great Tao realm patriarch had already distributed the antidote for the rising adversity pill that Lin Tian had given. The young disciples of the Bai clan had also returned to normal. At this time, a group of important figures was waiting here. Where's my clan's patriarch? Seeing Lin Tian come out, Bai Mabai stepped forward and asked. Bai Mabai had already observed the Supreme Temple and did not find the Bai clan's patriarch's figure and aura, so he asked Lin Tian. His soul has dissipated. Lin Tian said. The Bai clan's great Tao realm expert and some other important figures of the Bai clan trembled. Although they knew that the patriarch of their clan was in a remnant soul state and could not hold on for long, when they heard Lin Tian's words, they could not help but reveal sad expressions. After all, that was the patriarch of the Bai clan. How could they not be sad when their patriarch had completely disappeared? Only Baiziki did not have any reaction. He knew a lot of things, so he just stood at the side and stared at Lin Tian indifferently. The important figures of the Bai clan bowed seriously in the direction of the Supreme Temple and mourned for dozens of breaths' time. The Bai clan's great Dao realm patriarch looked at Lin Tian and asked, "Just now, what did the patriarch say to you?" "There's no need to tell you. Lin Tian Dao. He really did not have a good impression of these important figures of the Bai clan." They were either dominating those of the same generation or having unparalleled talent. However, at this very moment, all of these glorious battle achievements were undoubtedly setting off the greatness of another person. That person was Lin Tian. With Bai Ma Bai as the leader, the big shots of the Bai family all had ugly expressions on their faces. Their faces were even redder than eggplants. The master of the Bai family, on the other hand, had a bitter smile on his face. He felt that he and the others were like criminals who were being paraded through the streets in the mortal world. He felt helpless. Of course, he didn't blame Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian was doing all this for the sake of his daughter. Before long, Lin Tian's group was far away from the Bai family soul realm. The soul realm powerhouses of the Bai family are following Lin Tian. Where are they going? Everyone was surprised. Not long after, Lin Tian led the Bai clan into a green mountain and arrived in front of a small thatched cottage. Looking around, the small courtyard was a bit messy. Many places were filled with holes, as if it had been attacked by some terrifying power. Even the tables and chairs in the middle of the courtyard were broken. At this moment, a young man was standing in the middle of the courtyard. On the other side of him was a young woman. The young woman looked very haggard, and there were traces of tears on her face. The young man was Yang Qi. The young woman was Bai Qiu. Not long ago, Lin Tian entrusted Bai Qiu to Yang Qi to take care of while he went to the Bai family alone to bring Bai Ziki out. When Bai Qiu woke up and heard Yang Qi say that Lin Tian was going to the Bai family alone, she became even more anxious. Several times, she wanted to leave and go back to the Bai family because she knew how terrifying her family was. Lin Tian was simply courting death. However, Yang Qi was very strong. Since Lin Tian asked him to take care of Bai Qiu, he naturally wouldn't let Bai Qiu leave. Even though Bai Qiu supported the starry sky moon of the king's territory, she was still stopped. However, the thatched cottage and small courtyard were not so lucky. They were almost completely destroyed, and many places had to be repaired several times. From afar, Lin Tian saw Bai Qiu's haggard appearance and couldn't help but feel sorry for her. At the same time, in the middle of the courtyard, Yang Qi had already noticed Lin Tian and the others. "He's here," Yang Qi said to Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu was half-squatting, hugging her calf. When she heard this, she looked up and her expression changed. "Lin Tian, brother." She was overjoyed. She suddenly stood up and ran out of the small courtyard. Like a rabbit, she bumped into Lin Tian's arms. She sniffled and tears flowed down her face. These days, when she heard that Lin Tian had broken into the Bai family, she was afraid every day. Every day, she wanted to rush back to the Bai family, but she was stopped by Yang Qi every time. "Don't cry." Lin Tian comforted her, wiped away her tears, and smoothed her messy hair. "Don't forget about me." An unhappy voice sounded from the side. Bai Ziki's expression turned a little dark. That was his younger sister, and she was actually the first to rush towards Lin Tian. Bai Qiu sniffled and threw herself into Bai Ziki's arms, hugging Bai Ziki tightly. It was really like a little child who had been wandering outside for a long time and suddenly saw her closest relative. She said with a sobbing voice, "Brother, you're fine. This is great." Bai Ziki's face instantly softened, and he rubbed Bai Qiu's head dotingly. Lin Tian smiled and nodded at Yang Qi. Then he looked at the people from the Bai family. "What are you in a daze for?" He said indifferently. When the Bai clan's great Dao realm experts, as well as the other grand elders and the others, had come here, They had been very unhappy. However, when they saw how haggard and crying their clan's little princess with the great Een physique looked, all of their hearts softened. Some of them revealed looks of guilt. After all, no matter what, Bai Chio was their blood relative. She was the descendant of their closest kin. Girl, it's our fault. Come back to the family with us. In the future, we won't force you to marry again. The Bai family's old ancestor said. Bai Zai personally stepped forward and said with a guilty expression, Daughter, I'm sorry. Father was wrong. I shouldn't have forced you. The other supreme elders also stepped forward and sighed. With gentle words, they invited Bai Chio to return to the family. In the past, they only wanted to make the family stronger. But now, seeing Bai Chio so haggard and crying because of them, and thinking back to how obedient Bai Chio was when she was young, they couldn't help but reveal looks of guilt. Really, Bai Chio was a little scared, but also a little happy. She looked at the Bai family's big shots. She had been looking forward to hearing this all this time. Really? Bai Mabai nodded seriously. In the end, Bai Chio was truly happy. Naturally, she was willing to follow her father, Bai Zai, and the others back to the family. At the same time, the Bai family's big shots all smiled. They were all like elders leading the family, and their expressions were very gentle. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile when he saw this. He was naturally very happy to see this. He walked over to Yang Qi, summoned the divine saber, and carefully handed it over. Many thanks. The divine saber that Yang Qi lent him had been of great help to him when he broke into the Bai family. Chapter 466. Yang Qi took the saber from Lin Tian. He didn't say much, and simply nodded at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, Bai Chio said, running over to him. Come home with me. She knew that it was all thanks to Lin Tian that the important members of the Bai clan had come looking for her and promised not to force her to marry him. She was very happy. Not for now. I'll come find you when I have time. Lin Tian shook his head. For the time being, he wanted to stay with Yang Qi and adjust himself before heading back to the first heaven. Why? Come home with me? Bai Chio asked softly. The head of the Bai clan also extended an invitation. It's best if you don't go. Bai Ziki said. Lin Tian was amused by Bai Ziki. Since you don't want me to go, I'll just have to go. That's great, Bai Chio said happily. Then, she sincerely expressed her gratitude and apology to Yang Qi. She had been messing around with Yang Qi's residence for the past few days. After that, she invited Yang Qi to visit the Bai clan. However, Yang Qi was even more resolute than Lin Tian. He shook his head and said that he had his own business to attend to. Lin Tian nodded at Yang Qi, then left with the rest of the Bai clan. At night, a banquet was held in the Bai clan to welcome the princess back to the clan. Of course, it was also for Lin Tian. Young man, you're right. Clans exist to protect their descendants. How could we let them shed tears and sacrifice themselves? One of the immortal-reaching experts proposed a toast to Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't say anything. Although he didn't like alcohol, he drained it in one gulp. The other party had already put down his pride and lowered his stance. If he still didn't drink, it would be too arrogant. Young man, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for my daughter and eldest son. The head of the Bai clan said sincerely. Although he was the head of the clan, he still raised his cup with both hands. It's my duty. Lin Tiandao. He had a slightly better impression of the Bai clan's patriarch. He wasn't willing to force Bai Chio to marry someone she didn't like. It was just that one person couldn't decide the fate of the entire clan. When he had barged into the Bai clan, this middle-aged man had not really made things difficult for him. He had even begged the grand elders to let him go. Although he did not need it, he still felt warm in his heart. He raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Not long after, the Bai clan's great Dao realm old ancestor personally came over. All the grudges of the past will be settled with this cup of wine. Elder ancestor Bai did not say much and patted Lin Tian's shoulder. All right, Lin Tian nodded. With a smile, all enmity and grudges were erased, and with a sip of wine, he once again downed the wine in his cup. This banquet was very harmonious. During this time, under the mediation of some of the big shots of the Bai family, some of the younger disciples of the Bai family also put aside their prejudices against Lin Tian. Some of the outstanding disciples came to propose a toast, and their expressions were very respectful. Lin Tian did not like to drink, but he knew how to distinguish the occasion. On this night, he did not refuse anyone who came to propose a toast. Lin, Tian, drink with me? Bai Qiu's face was red. He hugged a wine jar and spoke to Lin Tian with his tongue stuck out. His steps were almost unsteady. Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, was at the side, and his face instantly darkened. He ordered the 2 female attendants of the clan, "Drag him away!" Upon receiving the order, the female attendants hurriedly dragged Bai Qiu to a courtyard of the Bai family. That was Bai Qiu's room. Don't drag me. I want to drink. I am happy. Let me drink. Bai Qiu kicked and kicked, but unfortunately it was useless. Soon he was dragged out of the banquet by the 2 female attendants. Not far away, some of the ordinary disciples of the Bai family wanted to laugh, but in the end, they held back their laughter and almost cried. Bai Ziki looked at Lin Tian and handed him a cup of wine. "Drink it." "What kind of attitude is that?" Lin Tian was speechless. But even so, he still drank the wine that Bai Ziki handed him without leaving a drop behind. Good alcohol tolerance. Bai Ziki's eyes flashed, and he handed him another cup of wine. Lin Tian took it and drank it in one gulp. Bai Ziki nodded silently and handed him a big bowl. "Lin Tian, if you don't want to, then forget it." Bai Ziki said, "You want to get me drunk? You can't." Lin Tian on Dao. Bai Ziki didn't say anything else. He picked up the wine jar and poured it into his mouth. Then he stared at Lin Tian indifferently. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, picked up a jar of wine and drank it directly. He just didn't like to drink, but it didn't mean that he couldn't hold his liquor. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them stared at each other and brought out jar after jar of treasured wine to drink with each other. Soon, the 2 of them drank nearly 10 jars of treasured wine each, and they both felt light-headed. Then 2 different voices sounded from time to time. "Bastard! Stupid pighead!" The 2 of them seemed to dislike each other. After a while, they started to wrestle with each other under the influence of the wine. "I'll kick you to death! Bastard!" The 2 of them cursed. Nearby, the people of the Bai family. "This is our chosen saint, and that Lin Kuangren. This, should we pull them apart? This, forget it?" "I think so too." Many disciples muttered. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki both drank a lot. They didn't use their true qi when they wrestled. It was purely a physical fight, but even so, their physical bodies were very terrifying. Who would dare to pull them apart? If they were accidentally punched, they would probably be bedridden for a few months. These people weren't stupid. Several big shots of the Bai family stared at them and looked at each other, but no one stepped forward to watch. The disciples of the Bai family. The night passed quickly. In the morning, the sun rose and shone on the ground. Lin Tian felt a headache. When he opened his eyes, he was actually lying in the courtyard of the Bai family. Next to him, Bai Ziki was still unconscious. He grabbed his hair tightly and pulled it hard from time to time. Lin Tian was speechless. "You 2 are so close." A voice floated in front of them. Bai Qiu squatted in front of them and stared at Lin Tian and Bai Ziki with her beautiful big eyes. Lin Tian was even more speechless. He kicked Bai Ziki away. "Don't kick my brother so hard." Bai Qiu muttered. Lin Tian stood up, patted the dust off his body, and used a baoden to get rid of the smell on his body. Only then did he walk towards Bai Qiu. "You're the legendary one who gets drunk after a cup. You were so drunk last night," he teased. Bai Qiu blushed. She vaguely remembered what happened last night. When she heard Lin Tian mention it, she suddenly felt embarrassed. She mumbled, "Thank you for taking such a big risk for me." Lin Tian barged into the Bai family alone, brought out by Ziki, and made the Bai family's old ancestor completely remove the marriage alliance between her and the Li family. This made her very touched and happy. One should know that her family was a great aristocratic family with a legacy from ancient times. Ordinary, great Dao realm cultivators would not dare to barge in, but Lin Tian barged in with the cultivation of the Zephyr realm. He was practically disregarding his own safety. "When did you become so polite?" Lin Tian smiled. "I should thank you," Bai Qiu said. "Okay, how are you going to thank me?" Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Bai Qiu was stunned. She blinked and said, "Then I can thank you in any way you want me to." Lin Tianyi was stunned. He felt that this girl's expression when she blinked was really a little cute. "I'm just saying." He smiled and said. Bai Qiu rolled his eyes. He did not say anything else as he led Lin Tian around the interior of the Bai clan. Lin Tian had barged into the Bai family before, but because he was here to barge in, he did not take a detailed look at the Bai family's interior. Now that he was with Bai Qiu, he finally saw how vast the Bai family's interior was. There were countless pavilions and immortal pavilions, and there were even treasured islands floating in the air. He could see many extraordinary immortal plants everywhere, and the spiritual qi was extremely astonishing. How luxurious! Lin Tian sighed. What's the use of having a luxurious appearance? What's important is what's inside. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian could not help but laugh loudly. You're just a 16-year-old little girl, and you're actually imitating adults to say such profound words. You're only 1 year older than me, Bai Qiu mumbled. The two of them walked in the Bai family's interior. The man's figure was tall and slender, while the woman's appearance was beautiful. All the disciples of the Bai family cast sidelong glances at them. Our clan's eldest princess is still so beautiful. The eldest princess and Lin Tian are walking together. At first glance, they look quite compatible. Speaking of which, why is the eldest princess much more docile? Many people pointed at the two of them and whispered. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu's cultivation levels were extraordinary. Naturally, they could hear these voices. Are you very rebellious and fierce at home? Lin Tian asked with a smile. No, I'm very obedient. Look, I'm very obedient now, aren't I? Am I very ladylike? Bai Qiu blinked. She really looked like an obedient girl. Lin Tian immediately blushed with shame and said, Don't be like this. It's better to maintain your usual appearance. You like naughty and willful girls? No problem. I know the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. I'll definitely satisfy you. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian, the Bai family was surrounded by immortal mountains and occupied an astonishingly large area. The two of them wandered around the Bai family's residence. Soon, they entered a forest with rich spirit qi. Bai Qiu said, This is my backyard. There are a few docile spirit beasts here. Lin Tian looked around. This forest was basically an immortal mountain. It was actually the backyard of the Bai family. How luxurious! Come here. Bai Qiu pulled Lin Tian into the depths of the forest. Soon, a few snow-white demonic beasts appeared in their sight. They were very large. Lin Tian was shocked. He could feel the strength of these demonic beasts. They were definitely at the level of grand demons. Little snow, little spirit, little beast. Bai Qiu called out. The 3 demonic beasts immediately turned around. When they saw Bai Qiu, they were immediately overjoyed. They ran towards him, causing the ground to tremble. At this moment, Lin Tian finally remembered what these demonic beasts were. They were called snow spirit beasts and were very rare. Back at Wuji Gate, you said you would give me a few snow spirit beasts. You really did give me some. He rolled his eyes. Of course. I've never lied to you. Bai Qiu nodded. Although the 3 snow spirit beasts had huge physiques and were great demons, they were very close to Bai Qiu. One of the snow spirit beasts, which was called Little Spirit, crouched down and a pure demon energy guided Bai Qiu to its back. Lin Tianyi smiled and walked forward. He was about to climb up with Bai Qiu. Little Spirit turned its head and stared at Lin Tian with its demonic eyes. It didn't want Lin Tian to come closer. Lin Tian stopped and said angrily, "Lie down or I'll stew you." Chapter 467. This snow spirit beast was very powerful and had a strong demonic aura. However, at this moment it suddenly trembled. It was frightened by Lin Tian. One had to know that with Lin Tian's current strength, it would not take much effort to kill an ordinary early-stage immortal. At this time he deliberately glared and released a trace of his aura. How could an ordinary airborne realm great demon be able to withstand it? "Why are you so fierce?" "It's still a child." Bai Qiu said, "It's already 3 meters tall. If it's still a child, then you're a baby." Lin Tian was speechless. He jumped lightly and appeared on the back of the snow spirit beast, sitting beside Bai Qiu. Its fur is quite smooth. He touched the snow spirit beast's back and said, "Of course, it's very comfortable." Bai Qiu said she often played with several snow spirit beasts. When she patted the snow spirit beast's neck gently, it immediately understood and moved, walking into the depths of the forest. Beside it, the other 2 snow spirit beasts naturally followed slowly. This forest was very big. Bai Qiu had the snow spirit beast ride, but it only covered 1/30th of the forest in a day. It's really big. It's too extravagant. Lin Tian was speechless. Yes. My house is this big. Do you want to marry into our family?" Bai Qiu blinked and said, "You need to be taught a lesson." Lin Tianji said these 3 words. At night, the 2 walked out of the forest. After saying goodbye, they went back to their own rooms. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. The next day, the first rays of the morning sun shone on the horizon. Lin Tian got up and opened the door, looking at the morning sun in the sky. "It's time to go back," he said to himself. On this day, he said goodbye to the head of the Bai family and was ready to leave. "You have nowhere else to go in this region. Just stay in my house." "Where are you going?" Bai Qiu asked him to stay. "I have something to do." Lin Tiandao, "What are you going to do? Where are you going? How long will it take?" Bai Qiu asked. Lin Tian laughed involuntarily. "It won't take too long. I'll be back. When I'm back, I'll look for you again." He wanted to return to the first heavenly layer, and he would definitely return to the second heavenly layer, because he wanted to go to the third heavenly layer, the fourth heavenly layer, the fifth heavenly layer, the sixth heavenly layer, the seventh heavenly layer, the eighth heavenly layer, the ninth heavenly layer, the 10th heavenly layer. His goal in this life was to enter the 10th heaven and achieve immortality. "Are you sure?" Bai Qiu asked, as if he was afraid that Lin Tian would run away. "Yes." Lin Tian nodded. Bai Ziki stood beside Bai Qiu and glanced at Lin Tianyi without saying anything. "Lin Tian, you're welcome to visit the Bai family anytime. The Bai family's door will always be open for you." The head of the Bai family said, to be able to barge into an ancient, aristocratic family alone for the sake of his daughter, such a man was really outstanding, not in terms of combat strength, but in terms of his feelings for his daughter. Therefore, the head of the Bai family was very satisfied with Lin Tian. In addition to the words spoken by the ancestor of the Bai family before his soul dissipated, the door of the Bai family would always be open for Lin Tian. Lin Tiandao thanked him. Finally, he bid farewell to Bai Qiu and strode away. The second heaven was vast. The western region could be considered uninhabited. There were few ancient forests and the land was very barren. Lin Tian flew alone in the sky. About 7 days later, he arrived at the western region of the second heaven. Looking around, there was a vast desert in front of him. A gust of wind blew, rolling up the yellow sand in the sky. "It's really desolate," Lin Tian muttered to himself. He walked in the desert, step by step, heading towards the depths of the desert. He learned from Yang Qi that there is a space-time portal leading to the first heaven in the second heaven. It's located in the far west of this heaven. Later, he read some ancient books in the Bai family and confirmed the specific location of the space-time portal leading to the first heaven. It's at the end of this yellow desert. Walking in the desert, the air was a little hot, but for a cultivator of his level, it was nothing. Suddenly, the yellow sand in front of him exploded, and a huge scorpion monster rushed out of the yellow sand, blocking in front of Lin Tian, a 9th level monster. Lin Tian Dao. He didn't stop. With a wave of his hand, a tyrannical sword wind swept out, directly sweeping away the 9th level monster in front of him. He walked all the way into the depths of the desert. Along the way, he encountered many monsters under the yellow sand, but the strongest one was only at the early stage of the Imperial air race. It was impossible for them to stop him. Soon, 3 hours passed, and he came to the end of the desert. There was a small forest in front of him. The forest was about 10 feet in radius, and the grass and trees were all withered, leaving only broken branches. Lin Tian stopped here. In the middle of the forest, there was a stone platform, and the air was filled with an incomparably vicissitude aura. There were many markings on the stone platform, and in the middle of it, there was a purple beam of light. The beam of light was about 3 feet tall, and it looked a little strange. It seemed a little out of place with the surrounding desolation. It's the same as the space-time portal in the Demon Burial Valley, Lin Tian muttered to himself, looking around at the desolate scenery. How many years has it been since someone came here? He walked forward, approached the stone platform, and came to the edge of the purple beam of light. One more step, and he would be able to return to the first heaven. He turned around and looked at the east of the second heaven, in the direction of the Bai family. His eyes flashed, and after about 10 breaths he turned around, took a deep breath, and stepped directly into the purple beam of light. With a buzzing sound, a faint purple light flashed, and a halo of light appeared, swallowing him in the blink of an eye. His surroundings were completely plunged into darkness. Majestic pressure intertwined outside his body, and Lin Tian felt that his breathing became a little uneven. Fortunately, it was not the first time he had passed through the space-time portal, so he was not nervous. He was very quiet and did not move at all, moving along with the space. Just like that, the darkness retreated all the way. He did not know how much time had passed, until a moment later, the dark space suddenly became violent. Rumble! Light intertwined, and Lin Tian saw that lightning seemed to appear in the darkness, and he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, he felt a terrifying tearing force outside his body, and the lightning was also extremely terrifying. It was like a heavenly tribulation, and it seemed to want to split him into pieces. I've reached the space-time portal of the first heaven. Lin Tian was shocked. With a thought, he quickly supported the soul of the Bai family's ancestor that had merged into his body, and it turned into a faint ring of soul light that came out of his body, firmly protecting him. Suddenly, he felt that the tearing force around him had weakened. The lightning struck, and although it shook the soul light outside his body, it could not break it. In the next moment, the space shook again and light appeared. A void crack appeared, and with a boom, Lin Tian was shocked out of the darkness, and he landed in a desolate valley. The desolate valley was not big, and there was a square stone platform in the corner, and there was a purple light on the stone platform. Lin Tian stood up and glanced over, and 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. He was too familiar with this place. It was the Demon Burial Valley. The first heaven, I'm back! He smiled. 3 figures flashed in his mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He left the valley and walked out. The valley wasn't very large, and he quickly walked out of it. Looking ahead, he was instantly stunned. Looking around, the Demon Burial Valley outside the valley was in ruins, and it was completely different from the Demon Burial Valley in his memory. There were too many ravines on the ground, and the ground had sunk by about 10 feet. There was even a terrifying destructive force in the air. This Lin Tian smiled bitterly. He remembered that when he left, an old drunkard was confronting the 4 great demon gods. Looking at the terrain, he did not need to think to know that it must be the result of the battle between an old drunkard and the 4 great demon gods. He fixed his gaze on this place, trying to find something, but in the end he was disappointed, and he did not find anything. No matter what, that old man must be fine. He said to himself, he had absolute confidence in an old drunkard, and that man must not be dead. He paused on the spot, and then flew toward the edge of the Demon Burial Valley. He vaguely remembered the position when he entered the Demon Burial Valley, and he could get out from there. However, in the next moment, he suddenly stopped and looked to the right. Human. Race. Human. There was a gloomy voice. The voice was a little creepy, and it sounded like glass being rubbed. In a dark corner, a gray and black, ghostly figure walked out. One of its eyes was black, and the other was gray, and it had a demonic aura and a gloomy aura. It looked very terrifying. Human. Race. Tree of Life. You stole the Tree of Life. The ghostly figure could not speak clearly. Staring at the strange, ghostly figure, Lin Tian felt a few different and familiar auras. There was the evil aura of a malicious spirit, and there was the aura of a demon god that he accidentally released back then, which made him frown. However, soon, as the yin-yang lotus sea in his mind swayed, he remembered a lot. It's you, the malicious spirit in the underground space back then. Back in the Demon Burial Valley, he and Jiyu encountered a malicious spirit together. He took a Tree of Life from the malicious spirit and refined it together with Jiyu. In the end, they left and said goodbye to the malicious spirit. He did not expect to see this malicious spirit again after so long, but its aura had changed too much when he returned to the first heaven. It became like this after devouring some demon god's flesh. He muttered to himself. It had to be said that because of the yin-yang lotus sea, his spirit sense was very accurate. An old drunkard killed 2 demon gods, and some of the flesh of one of the demon gods was left behind. Later, the malicious spirit devoured some of it and gradually turned into its current form. The demonic aura and gloomy aura intertwined, and it turned into a big monster. I'll eat you now. I'm not afraid of you, the ghostly figure said fiercely. Its eyes were black and gray as it pounced toward Lin Tian. After devouring a trace of the demon god's flesh, it had become many times stronger. Now that it saw Lin Tian, it immediately bared its ferocious fangs and wanted to devour Lin Tian. Unfortunately, its memory of Lin Tian was still when Lin Tian was in the Sea of Knowledge, so it was destined to be sad. Lin Tian raised his hand, and the yin-yang lotus sea rose, forming dozens of lotus swords. One of them rushed out and directly pierced through the ghostly figure. Ah! The ghostly figure screamed and flew out like a scarecrow. It rolled on the ground and struggled in pain. I'm indeed much stronger than before, but I'm also improving. I couldn't kill you back then, but today is the right time. Lin Tian on Dao. Chapter 468. Dozens of lotus swords were glowing with yin and yang light and were all aimed at the ghost shadow. Each of the lotus swords was surrounded by yin and yang aura, which was sacred and shocking. Ah! The ghost shadow screamed as it was pinned to the ground by a lotus sword. It kept struggling. After devouring some of the demon god's flesh, the ghost shadow had become much stronger. After struggling for a few breaths, the lotus swords shattered with a crack. Then the ghost shadow screamed and dashed up. One of its eyes was gray, and the other was black. It stared at Lin Tian and looked extremely terrifying, as if it was a vengeful spirit from hell. It let out a furious roar, and once again pounced towards Lin Tian, bringing with it a boundless, eerie, ghostly aura. Lin Tian looked calm. I was just a step away from becoming a ghost king. Unfortunately, it's just a step away. It's nothing. With a thought, all the lotus swords rushed out and pressed down on the ghost shadow. At the same time, A moon appeared behind him and shrouded the ghost shadow with the Tyne body. The ghost shadow trembled and showed fear. The moon was the Tyne body of the Tyne body. It had absolute control over these evil spirits. The ghost shadow screamed as if it had seen the most terrifying thing. It turned and ran. It's too late. Lin Tian, ghostly harmed people. If it walked out of the demon burial valley, it would definitely feed on the essence and blood of living people. Lin Tian couldn't let it stay. The moon shrouded the ghost shadow and stopped it. At the same time, dozens of lotus swords whooshed out. The lotus swords were extremely fast and surrounded by yin and yang. They all pierced into the ghost shadow's body. The ghost shadow let out a shrill scream, which made people's hair stand on end. Lin Tian raised his right hand and slowly clenched it into a fist. With a boom, the bright moon in the sky pressed down, directly crushing the ghost king into pieces. Black blood splattered everywhere, completely dissipating. Lin Tian stared in front of him. There was a flash of blood and a gray and red Baodan fell on the ground, which made him slightly moved. He had obtained this kind of thing once before. When he had killed an alchemist's corpse, this kind of thing had also appeared. It was a blood pill formed from the accumulation of extreme yin energy. It had unimaginable benefits for body tempering and cultivation. He swallowed some of the Yao god's flesh and blood and combined it with the extreme yin aura to form a blood core in his body? How lucky! Lin Tian muttered to himself. The blood pill was formed from the condensation of the extreme yin qi. It usually took a long time, and it required a body of flesh and blood to produce. Normally, a normal malicious ghost would not be able to produce a blood pill. However, because it had consumed some of the demon god's flesh and blood, this malicious ghost had undergone a slight change. The essence of the demon god's flesh and blood had gathered, and under the influence of the yin qi, this blood pill had formed. Gray and red, with pure demonic energy and pure blood energy, very good. It's even more valuable than my blood pill. Lin Tiandao. He carefully took out a jade bottle and stored the blood pellet inside it before sealing it. After glancing around, Lin Tian did not stay any longer. He rose into the air and flew further ahead. The demon burial valley was very vast. If he had walked on foot, it would have taken him several days to reach the edge. However, flying in the air was not comparable to walking. After about a few hours, he arrived at the place where he had entered the demon burial valley. The fog in front of him was intertwined, and it was blurry. It was difficult to see clearly with one's divine consciousness. It was almost impossible to move. This is the fog that lingers all year round. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The demon burial valley was shrouded in fog all year round. Even airborne realm experts could not break through the fog and walk in from the outside world. However, Lin Tian was different. Now that he was going out from the inside, it was a lot easier for him to do so. He propped up the sun ocean and isolated the surrounding fog with this kind of monarch's territory. He spread out his tyrannical divine consciousness, and it took him 15 minutes to finally walk out. As far as the eye could see, there was an old forest in front of him. A light breeze blew, rolling up yellow leaves. There were many trees in this old forest, but because it was adjacent to the demon burial valley, it was difficult for the trees in this old forest to grow under the influence of the fog outside the demon burial valley. All year round, they were in a withered state, and it was difficult to see a few green leaves. I'm finally out. Lin Tian smiled. He had finally returned to this familiar land. He stood quietly in place. His gaze was gentle as he looked in a certain direction. That was where the Valley of the Harp was located. He was going to go to the Valley of the Harp first, where the people he missed were. After he got to the Valley of the Harp, he would go to other places. Ji Yu, Lin Shi, Su Shu, and everyone from the Burning Sun sect. The corner of his mouth raised slightly. As the withered leaves floated past, he rose into the air and arrived at a place hundreds of feet above the ground. After a slight pause, he rushed out like lightning, crossing 100 feet in an instant. It was shockingly fast. As he flew in the air, the scenery on both sides flew past quickly. The wind whistled in his ears, and the whistling of the wind made him happy at this moment because he was back. Soon, for hours passed. For hours later, he appeared on a large road. There were plenty of old trees growing on both sides of the road, and the air was very fresh. He didn't stop and continued to move forward. His destination was the Valley of the Harp, and he was very clear about the location of the Valley of the Harp. This place wasn't far from the Valley of the Harp, and he would arrive in another 2 hours. Boom! At this moment, suddenly, not far away, there was a fluctuation of true yuan, causing him to stop and look in that direction. In that direction, a young man in blue clothes, who was covered in blood, was running wildly. This young man was around 21 or 22 years old, and he had already suffered very serious injuries. Behind this young man, there were 3 people chasing after him. These 3 people all had extraordinary auras. Their faces had insolent smiles, and they were toying with the young man in front of them like a cat toying with a mouse. Staring at this blue-robed youth, Lin Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed. He didn't know this youth, but he recognized the clothes of this blue-robed youth. It was the clothes of a burning sun sect disciple. Not far away, the 3 men chasing after the blue-robed youth laughed loudly. "Run, hurry up and run. Didn't you eat? Ha 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 ha. Hurry up, if you get killed in an instant, wouldn't it be boring?" The 3 men had a mocking expression. The blue-robed youth gritted his teeth, ignoring his back, and ran with all his might, blood flowing out from time to time. "You can't even run. Boring. I don't want to play anymore," one of the 3 said. With a clang, a dazzling sword light swept up and slashed at the blue-robed youth. The blue-robed youth was suppressed by the sword chi and immediately fell to the ground, revealing a look of despair and hatred in his eyes. "I'll haunt you even if I become a ghost," the blue-robed youth roared. Become a ghost? Can you do it?" The 3 men chasing after him sneered. Instantly, the 3 men attacked at the same time, and 3 more sword chi slashed at the blue-robed youth. The 3 sword chi locked in all directions, giving the blue-robed youth no chance to dodge. The youth roared, "This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page," filled with unwillingness and hatred. Clang! At this moment, another sword hum sounded, and a sword light flashed, shattering all the sword chi that approached the blue-robed youth. Lin Tian descended from the void, leaving afterimages behind with each step, and appeared in front of the blue-robed youth in the blink of an eye. "Who is it?" The 3 men chasing after the blue-robed youth shouted with unfriendly expressions. Lin Tian squatted down and tapped the youth's body, sending a strand of pure true yuan to stabilize the youth's injuries. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." The blue-robed youth expressed his gratitude, but when he saw Lin Tian's face, he was stunned. Then ecstasy appeared on his face, and he grabbed Lin Tian, unable to control himself. "Senior Lin Tian? You're Senior Lin Tian. You're Senior Lin Tian." Lin Tian's reputation in the Burning Sun sect was too great, and everyone in the Burning Sun sect knew him. Although Lin Tian had been missing for more than half a year, everyone in the Burning Sun sect still remembered him, and this blue-robed youth was no exception. After all, no one would forget a peerless genius, just like an old drunkard. Even after 100 years, the 4 sects still remembered him. Even the later generation of disciples would remember an old drunkard in the annals of history. It was the same for Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded and asked the youth, "What happened?" The youth was stunned, and then he became anxious. He grabbed Lin Tian's hand even tighter. "Senior Lin, quickly return to the sect. 100 refinements, square. 100 refinements, square is here. Their Grand Elder has reached the celestial opening realm, and they want to annex our Burning Sun sect. The Grand Elder Sect leader and other elders couldn't stop them. Core disciples covered me and escaped to ask for help from the Valley of the Harp, but died. At this point, the blue-robed youth couldn't help but cry. He grabbed Lin Tian tightly. Senior brother, quickly go back. You can't let the sect cough. The blue-robed youth coughed up blood, and his face became much paler. Don't be agitated. Lin Tian Ondao. Strands of ice-cold killing intent flashed in his eyes, but he calmly comforted the blue-robed youth. Then he took out a third-grade baodan from his stone ring and fed it to the blue-robed youth. The value of this baodan was very shocking and extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, the blue-robed youth's face quickly became rosy, and his injuries could be considered to be 70 to 80% healed. Not far away, the three men were naturally the disciples of 100 Refinement Square. They were all staring at Lin Tian. When they heard the blue-robed youth call out Lin Tian's name, the three of them were all shocked and somewhat stunned. To the disciples of 100 Refinements Square, many of them had naturally heard of Lin Tian's name. He was a person on the blacklist of 100 Refinement Square. The three of them were stunned for a while before one of them spoke with shock and fear. "You're that Lin Tian." It said that he disappeared. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out. Lin Tian waved his hand, and 3 sword rays flashed, instantly cutting off the heads of the 3 people from 100 Refinement Square. Find a place to recuperate and return to the sect later. Lin Tian stood up and spoke to the blue-robed youth. "I am going to the Valley of the Harp to invite the Supreme Elder of the Valley of the Harp. The Supreme Elder of 100 Refinements Square is too terrifying," the blue-robed youth said. As if he'd recalled a terrifying scene, the blue-robed youth even trembled slightly. "There's no need." Lin Tian Ondao. His eyes flickered with an icy cold light. With a single step, he soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the horizon. That terrifying speed caused the blue-robed youth to be completely stunned, and he couldn't help but tremble. End of chapter.